never happen again. They'll never allow that stuff to happen again. So, you know. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, yeah, absolutely. You know, and you touched on a great point there about talking about emotions because, you know, everybody wants to Google the magic bullet, you know, the crystal ball investing. Like, how do I get that indicator? How do I get that particular thing that's going to make me millions? That's going to make me, you know, never lose. And it's like, well, that's just not realistic. One, you're going to lose. It doesn't matter who you are. I mean, even Warren Buffett takes losses. But my point is that the emotional side of trading is, in my opinion, more important than the technical side of trading. Because you can have the best system in the world, but if you are incapable of managing your emotions, you're going to get smoked. You're not. I mean, 10 times out of 10, you're going to get smoked because the second things don't go in your direction, you're not going to think clearly, or you're going to hold on to a position and you're going to find yourself in a 40, 50, 60% loss, and you don't know how to get out of it because you can't manage your emotions. And especially these young kids who never experience financial loss before. They've never, you know, had money. They've never worked hard to gain a certain amount and then lose it all in life. You know, life smacks you down left and right. And the market just amplifies that in a very short time record. Good morning, good morning. There's the bell, 8:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, 9:30 Eastern, and we are live with Options Millionaire channel, live streaming the opening bell going into today, and all in great anticipation of what's going to happen today. Thanks for being here. If you're new to the channel, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining. Had a huge influx of people the last week. I'm sure you're one of them. Good for being here. Thanks for being here. We're really going to dig in right now before I start yapping my gums like I always do. I'm going to get into the options chain, figure out what's planning on here, and form the morning ranges. Morning ranges. All right, so today is the 18th. Coming down here, May 21st. That's a little bit too short of DTEs. I'm going to plan on the 24th, which is going to put me in the 6 DTE range. And that green candle is getting smoked right there off the bat. Looking around, financial sector has recovered. It was a little red in the market. Big old green candle to open the financial day. QQQ is up 0.27. XLE, XLB, both in the green barely. SPY is up there as well. And let's take a look. Pretty much the whole market is green. All the FANG is green except for Tesla. They're down $9. No news there. They're always down. Netflix is red. Everything else is green. And green by a decent amount. Nothing too crazy. Anywhere between 0.3 and 0.5%. So not a bright green day, but green regardless. We'll see what happens. I'm predicting some sort of an inside chop day. And honestly, we're always going to wait for confirmation going into the afternoon or the late morning session. So I'm not going to jump the gun here, especially with the little bit of unknown going on here. So anyway, May 24th, 2021, that's going to be the expiration date, 6 days out. And I'm going to be looking at the 418 calls and the 413 puts. Yeah, 418 calls, 413 puts. And we'll see how that comes into play here. Big red candle forming there on the 3-minute chart. Switching over to the 5. Great day yesterday. Had 3 wins, 1 great win, 2 smaller wins. Wins nonetheless. Big sell-off. Nice little red candle here. I like it. I like it. Alrighty. I'm going to post this in the OM Only Plays room. It's going to be my watch list. I'm obviously not in any position yet. Watch list is going to be May 24th, 418 calls. May 24th, 413 puts. And those premiums are roughly around the $2 range. The 418s are $4.87. The delta on those is 3.7, which by the end of today and early in the morning, you will find out exactly what delta is. If you don't know what delta is, stay tuned. Over the next 24 hours, you're going to get the OM video for delta and for gamma, theta, and of course Vega. All great stuff. The gammas are the Greeks, baby. Getting to the nit and gritty of options trading. Big ol' selling off on the 1 minute chart here. Let's take a look at the XLF. What happened over on the Discord? We did a lot of server maintenance last night. If you're having issues with any of the channels, please let us know so we can clean that up. But we did a lot of service maintenance last night, cleaning up channels, renaming stuff, rebranding stuff to make it look more cleaner, a little more professional. So if you're still having issues with stuff, please DM me or any of the mods so we can get that fixed. XLF is selling up hard in the morning session. Nice, a lot of red coming to the market here. I'm expecting this just to be a little bit of a dip. I don't think this is going to be too much, so I'm going to be looking to play this bounce right here. 418s, $1.82 a piece right now. Charts. All right, we changed the name of the SPY floor to the SPY exchange. It's got $2 signs on it. Whoa, big candles on the XLF. Holy smokes. Man, that market just went red hard. I think I'm going to scoop and score this thing, though, man. I like when you have a big sell-off like today on a green pre-market. That's a good buying opportunity. The first green candle on the XLF, I'm buying this baby up and playing a bit of a scalp here. So be ready for this, and be ready for this. That is huge. Good stuff here. So I remember back 4 weeks ago, we had this huge sell-off, and I bought the dip thinking it was going to go back up, and it did eventually, but we still had a lot more downside, and my positions got crushed, so I'm definitely not going to make that mistake again. I'm going to wait for this to see what this little green candle shakes out here. If this green candle gets sold off, or does it continue the buying, which, look, you can see right there on the 1 minute, boom, and a lot more selling volume. I think this is going to be a prime day to scoop and score this baby. And actually, you know what? I'm going to reduce my DTEs to capture some of this volatility. I'm going back to the May 21st 418, which is $1.42 a piece. So I am switching to the May 21st calls to capture this. I want to maximize my changing to May 21st. So right here, we got a lot of volatility coming in. I'm going to set my limits a little bit higher. My limit bias is a little bit higher so I can capture this, because I'm going to expect it a big move back up. Once I see some buying strength coming back into this, I'm going to take this play and smoke this skin wagon. So just be ready. Financial sector starting to rebound. What's the Q doing? Oh, sold off again right before I switched. This is the 1 minute chart. Switching to the 3. Tech open green, about to turn red. Nice, Luca. Thanks for the update there. So SPY is currently 415.30, down 0.05%. Green candles forming on the SPY 3 minute chart here, and I want to get ahead of this baby and starting to rebound a little bit. Starting to rebound a little bit. But getting sold off here. So starting to rebound, starting to rebound. Be careful. Don't want to get smoked. What's the other stuff doing? What's the Q doing? Rebounding as well. I'm going to take a position here. Be ready. I'm not in yet. All right, cool. Now I'm in. And this is going to be a quick play here. I'm going to wait for this thing to shake out here. But looks like a green day. And edit the message. May 21st, 4/18s. Entries. What's my entry on this one? What did I get at 1.5? And good little bounce play on that one. I like it. I like it. Let's make some money. Sorry, I'm not monitoring the chats right now. I'm just trying to monitor these positions here. I've got my finger on the sell button. I will take my positions and run, baby. Come on. Look at this bounce. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. A lot of volatility. I'm not going to hold these positions. I'm going to capture these gains that I'm about to get here and move on. But I know with volatility, what goes up must come down. And I don't want to get smoked on a big old red candle. So I'm going to look at what's XLF doing. Watching closely. What's the Q doing? What's the Q? Q's there. There's XLF. There's that. Little red candle forming here. I'm watching closely. Careful, careful. I'm not holding this position long. I'm going to take my short gains when I got them and run for the hills. So this red candle seems to be wanting to buy up. Red candle forming here on the XLF. Good morning, chat. How's it going? A little bit of selling action coming into the bounce, and I'm just watching closely. Position drop from 8% gain down to 3%. I don't like that, but we'll see. I'm just going to be a little patient here. I don't want to jump out and have a huge gain, but let's look around the hemisphere here and see what's going on. SPY bounced up, formed new session highs in pre-market in the morning session, which is a good sign. It's a good sign. In about 20 minutes here, we'll form the ranges and see what's going on here. Big selling volume. Looks like we're going to get a lot of volatility here. I'm still hanging on to this position. Big red candle. I want to see this red candle get bought up. I want to see a little strength come in here, buy this thing up. The market's bright green. All the FANG is green. Netflix is red. Other than that, everything is green. Tesla is red. XLF is bouncing back and forth, but got a little buying volume coming back into the XLF, which is what I like to see. Man, look at that. Oh, look at that green candle forming on the XLF. I like it. Let's switch to, I didn't mean to type that 3. I meant to change that. Coming over here, and let's see if SPY can respond with the same vigor. So this is a 3-minute chart here. Cooling on the squeeze momentum, heading to a bullish scenario, which is exactly what I like. Switching over to the SPY, or this is XLF, and I want to switch to the SPY to kind of figure out what's going on over there with our positions. I'm going to remove this. This is from my market analysis. More red candles forming here. Kind of at a make or break point here, and we'll see what's going down. So we're cooling on the squeeze momentum, headed to a bullish scenario. I like it. I like what I see there. 8 EMA is starting to curl. I want to see the 8 puncture the 21 and head upwards for this bounce play. A lot of volatility coming into play here. So I'm watching this very closely here. These candles are getting wicked out. I'm pretty close to exiting this position because I don't want to get smoked on a big red candle here. And I'm just waiting for things to shake. On the Q, let's see what the Q's doing. The Q's uptrending too. XLF. Stand by. I think I'm going to close here. I'm just not getting the warm and fuzzy. I don't like it in the morning session when we stagnate like this after a big move. I think it's prime time for a dip if that happens. So it's not really giving me the warm fuzzies here. XLF is starting to form a little bit of an uptrend, which is a good sign. It's not, I don't know. I like this upward move with the XLF. I'm going to wait a little bit here. So it's giving, when I start doing this where I'm bouncing back and forth, I'm not going to hold too long. This is a scalp play. This is a play that I wanted to bounce, but I like the movement coming with the XLF here. That's a good sign. Now I'm watching. It is entering the top range of this morning channel so far. So we're going to see what happens. Immediately sold off though. You see that? It's immediately sold off. It's not holding any strength. Nothing wrong with a 6.5% gain. There's absolutely nothing wrong with a 6.5% gain. Q's starting to sell off, and there's the big dip I was afraid of. Held on to it for a few seconds, and there's the big dip I was afraid of. So massive dip on the 3-minute chart. And there's the huge candle on the 1-minute chart. Massive sell-off. Just crushed my position here. So going to give this a few more potatoes here to shake this out, and then I'm going to get out of this play. Let's take a look around the market here. QQQ is rounding off here. It's still cooling on the 3-minute. I'm going to go over to the 5 and kind of figure out what things are going. Yeah, see, you know, the 5-minute is looking a little more bearish than the 3. But the red candles are getting bought up too. The red candles getting bought up. The green candles are getting sold off. It's just playing in this little choppy range. Same chop as yesterday. Stop, hit them brakes. Y'all stops are too tight if you're playing stops on that little swing. If one candle hits your stops are too tight. So let's come over here. Yeah, that's a big old candle, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Big old candle. Hello, I'm from India. Awesome. I love India, man. Great job. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you finding the channel and joining and trying to learn a little bit about some training. If this chops like yesterday, I'm going to be mad. Yeah, me too. Me too. It's a lot of crazy stuff. Can't get filled. All right, so this is the 5-minute chart on the SPY. Let's look at the 3. This thing is back and forth. It's back and forth. Now it's rebounding again. It's good to get out and take a look around. And yeah, so I don't really want to be involved in this chop. I'm going to get out of this position here. Thank you, E-Trade. I appreciate it. I'm still in the position because E-Trade is trying to aggravate me this morning and take as long as possible. So XLF on the 3-minute and another sell-off. Did you buy a call or a put? I bought a call. I bought a call. Now I don't feel silly. Yeah, yeah. Sure, I'm trying to go back and look at all these questions. A lot of questions here. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Yeah, so if you are having trouble with the Discords or getting in the servers here, please ping us on the DMs and make sure we can get that problem fixed. But we did do a lot of server maintenance last night, so there's going to be a lot of changes that you'll see, a lot of rebranding, renaming, kind of clean things up. So just be on the lookout for that. Does our buying of these calls at the same time drive up the price? No, John. We don't have anywhere close to the buying power enough to affect this. Not even close. So XLF is once again re-entering the chop to the upside. It needs to pull SPY because SPY is still wanting to dip here. It's forming the ranges. Forming the ranges. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. All right. So, yeah, the Q is rounding off right here. Let's take a look to see what FANG is doing. Market's mixed bag right now. I know, let's see, Amazon's up. Let's see, Apple's up. The VIX currently right now is, what is it? 3%? So it's up 3% right now. Facebook red. Let's see what they're doing. What's the look around here? Big sell-off on Facebook. Let's see. Amazon is trending upwards. Trending upwards. My calls are currently down, what, 5.5% right now. I was up 8%, down 5. Tried to get out of that position there at 3%. Just didn't fill. Q's getting a little bit of a bounce here. SPY is currently, 1 minute chart here. I'm going to switch into the 3. Things are looking a little bearish this morning. Got the bounce I wanted. I just didn't get out of the position. Let's look at the XLF. Beautiful. Nice, Whittler Cody. Another 10% gain on the day. I love it. I love it. I love it. Amazon's starting to get a bid to climb. I like what I see there. I like what I see there. Volatility's got a big old green candle. Just increased to 2.18%. VIX is increasing. Yep, yep. XLF is getting a bid. Just got in May 21st, 418s at $1.45. Nice, nice, nice. I'm keeping an eye on this VIX. I don't like this VIX is starting to shoot up. Getting a bid though. Cool. Hey, my speaker just shut off. Cool stuff. The SPY trading room is still available. We renamed it to the SPY Exchange. We're just trying to shorten the names up a little bit, make it a little more streamlined so people can access those names quickly and find them fast. So make sure you have an alternate internet connection. No, it wasn't the internet connection. I mean, you definitely are right. But yeah, it's just stupid things. I should have sold at 0.7. Yeah, I should have sold 8%. I was up 8%. So it is what it is. Second day of the Discord, I'm locked out of all rooms. Can't see your entries. Yeah, hit up the moderators here, and we'll get that situated for you. Make it shitter. Chloe says, hey, man, I just want to say thank you for all you do. I've recommended you to all my friends and family, especially my mother who's found your videos helpful with me. Thanks, man. Thanks, Chloe. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the kind words as well. And especially, you know, recommending these to your friends and family. That's the biggest form of support. So I appreciate you being here. Thank you. I love what I do. I love helping. I love the fact that there's such a huge response and people wanting to know more. So, yeah, it's humbling. It's awesome. And it's exciting. And I just love what I do. I love what I hop out of bed every morning and I run and start writing down ideas of what I could do to make this better for y'all. So XLF just keeps getting a bid. Now I need SPY to follow. The VIX is currently, what is it, 20.01? Right now, SPY bounced off the 21 right there, so it's using 21 as a hard ceiling. Love and appreciate all your help. Nice 9% gain on half that position on the bounce play. Good job, Alan. Nicely done. You took that 9%. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Yeah, no problem, man. I love the fact that people are learning how to make money and play calls and play puts. So it's good stuff. No, I did not exit. I'm still in this position. I don't see anything egregious yet. I'm still waiting for this to shake out. I see some strength in XLF coming up and down. Like it's making some good swings. The SPY is not having any follow through with it. And the VIX is increasing. So I love to see the VIX round over and fall. And then we can finally get this pickup bounce that I was looking for. I did get it. I was up 8%. Just didn't take the sell. I didn't take the position off the table. Let's see. It's a great idea. It's a great idea. There's a little bit of a bit on the SPY. A little something, something. See if this thing can hold. All right, we're currently punctured through the 21. Now we're hitting the 34 EMA. So on the 1 minute, that's the 1 minute. 3 minute chart here. On the downtrend, using the 8 EMA as a downward trend. VIX is starting to fall though, which is good. I like that. Bonds are selling off pretty hard. Nice. This thing has bounced off the 8 and coming all the way down. Cool stuff. So if you got any questions, please post them in the Discord room, shoot me a DM, and throw them up in the YouTube live chat. Kind of discuss what's going on here, market sentiment, and where things are going to go. Things are headed. SPY can't hold a bid at all. Every green candle is getting sold off. But every red candle is getting bought up, so we'll see here. Maybe we can base here and then get us a little bouncy and head up to match pre-market highs. That'd be sweet. We got a lot of new supporters last night and in the even in the early hours of the morning, and even this morning. So a lot of cool stuff. A bunch of new followers, our supporters on Patreon. So if you are subscribing to the Patreon, thank you very much. I appreciate your support to help grow this OM brand, so we can reach out to help more people and just teach as much as possible. So if you could also you can. Sorry, that was DJ Roomba. The bin's full. It didn't start today. So yeah, if you are supporting there, thank you very much. You can also support on YouTube chat, the super chats there on your YouTube pop-out chat window. So if you want to support that way, you can. Either way, I do appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate your support as well. It just means the world to me. We have a lot of growth here. We added a couple of hundred new members in the Discord just overnight, and it's growing like that every day. So a lot of interest in developing a simple, effective platform, a simple strategy that you can repeat and grow profitable from. So I can relate, man. Like it's daunting to go out and look at chart after chart after chart and try to find setups. And no one wants to do that. Who wants to sit around and look at 1,000 different charts when all you've got is SPY? So I completely relate, and it's humbling to know that there's that many people that share my sentiment. I believe you found the right place. It's a great thing to learn, to have some nice structure and some simplicity. DJ Rumo was the one holding it all up. Yeah, SPY can't catch a bid. Everything is getting sold off. We're in this downward trend all the way from the pre-market highs. It opened high at 416.70, and it's just trickled down ever since. And we're still on this downward trend. Bonds got sold off. They're picking up here. XLF. The financial market was up and down, up and down. It's acting crazy. There's craziness on the financial sector here. Let's see what energy's doing. Calls are starting to get smoked. If I don't catch a bid here, I'm going to pop out of these things. I just don't like this at all. There's a lot of weakness coming into the market that I don't trust. Huge red candle on the XLF. God, getting killed. Getting killed. Pretty close to exiting this position here. I don't like the way this looks. I'm not confident in a rebound, and I'm not going to hold a position for a large loss, so I'll cut this crap short. And if I need to, I'll re-enter a position here. So that was just my bad for not taking the 8% win. That's why I'm always happy to take 8 to 10%, because look what happens when you hold on to a winning position and trying to be greedy. So look what happens. Now you get smoked. So. All right, let's take a look here. SPY, right here. All right. Let's look at all these questions here. Do we hold overnight? Nope. I never hold overnight. Me personally, I don't like holding overnight here. It brings too much question into play here. It kind of takes some of the control out of my strategy and puts it in the hands of other variables that are not mine. So I just don't like holding overnight. So VIX is on the steady increase right now at 20.3. It's up 3%. Let's look around at the volume levels. So we've got this huge volume right here, which is yesterday's range, this 414 range. It just seems like it wants to be glued right on that 414 range. We're currently at 414.70. The 8 EMA is coming down to touch the 21 right now. I'd love to see it get a bounce off that thing. This is on the 1 month chart and come on up on the 30-minute time frame. So we've got the strong support right here, this 414-ish range. I'm going to close this. This is for another video right here. Does my wife ever play the market? No, she doesn't. She gives me a lot of advice, but it's more psychological than it is technical. She doesn't, she's not a trader, but she knows me very well and she knows my emotions. And she always gives me advice on that. So she's like, don't hold, she's the one that really encourages me to don't be greedy. Take your losses or take your gains at, the 8 to 10% range, 5 to 10% range. So you don't turn to this position. This is exactly why. If she was standing behind me here, she'd be hitting me with a fly swatter, saying, you should have sold at 8. You should have sold at 8. Yeah, I should have. You're right, babe. Yeah, she's very good at giving me advice and keeping me grounded. So should I hold the 418 call for the 21st? You mean to hold it through the 21st? I wouldn't. I don't hold overnight. So let's see. Lucas said, has 10 minutes gone by since this entry? Well, yes, I think it's about 10 minutes. Yeah, I think it's about 10 minutes. we'll see here. So y'all crack me up with your jokes. 5-minute chart here. We got a dark red candle on the 5-minute. Love to see some buying Momo come into the play. And yeah. So I'm gonna try to exit this position just to minimize my losses here. Got a little bit of a bounce coming in here. Psychological. All the smart traders say that's 90% the battle. Yeah, absolutely. I'd say it's 95% the battle. You could have the best system in the world, but if you can't control your emotions and control your entries and exits, you're never ever going to win. And I've been doing this for a long time, and I still have to, really cage down on proper entries, proper exits, and handling them. So it's a constant battle. It's a battle with yourself. It's an absolute battle with yourself. You're your own worst enemy. Now, RSI seems like it's going up slightly with each lower low. Does that mean like a good indicator of reversal? It's just one of the key components. I like to look at that with everything else. So on the 5-minute chart, on the SPY, we came up and touched that 8. Right on the 8 on the 3 as well. So it's using the 8 as resistance. Set my limits and walk away if I'm being emotional. Yep, it's a good call. It's a good call. Julie says, I couldn't agree more. Spent several months following and subscribing to folks who never seem to keep it simple. That's all it is. That's all it is. I don't pretend to have the best system in the world. But I do say I have a very simple system. That's why people, ping me all the time. Hey, what is your system? People post on Reddit. I don't even know what your system. What is your system? It's because there's not much to it. It's just a nice, simple, long calls, long puts on the SPY. Don't hold anything overnight. Day trading. That's it. It's simple. And after that, it's just controlling your emotions and learning how to enter and exit and how to play your indicators. That's all. That's all there is to it. Gonna get a no FOMO tattoo on my hands. Yeah, me too. Tattooed on my forehead. So right now, that 8 EMA downtrend is strong. And we are going to form the morning high and low range. And it's right there in that volume. I entered this position somewhere about right here. Definitely looking bearish. Definitely looking bearish. Hey, what happened to my lower range here? Let's see. Let's do another one. Because that's a left. It's the wrong one. There we go. All right, let's see here. Waiting for the bounce any time now. I've got my March 5th, 520 or $5 March 21st calls on APTO, and they're printing. Good job, good job. What's the name of the volume bars on the right side? I want to set up my own chart on Thinkorswim. It's the volume profile. So if you look at here, it's the VP right here. So if you go to indicators and type in VP, and then no, that's not indicators. That's signals. VP. There we go. And come down here to volume profile, KV4 coins 2870 right here. So that's the one you want to use. And that'll set you up with this right here, and it'll show you volume at price. It's very helpful. It shows you the volume at a price. Very straightforward. 10-second charts. Man, I thought the 1-minute charts were bad. All right, 8 EMA is starting to flat out here on the 3-minute charts. Love to see the squeeze momentum follow through on this one to bring some momentum up here. And we've got this big volume block right here. So you're welcome, Department of Car Stereo Repair. Thank you for being here, Department of Car Stereo Repair. Good stuff. Thank you all for being here. I love the questions, love the communication. I love the comments. Almost 300 people on the live stream this morning. Fantastic. Thank you for being here. I think this is the biggest audience we've had so far. Every day it grows bigger and bigger and bigger. This is one bubble I like to have. I love it. I love it. I love answering questions. I love talking to y'all. Did Options Millionaire not exit his position? Nope. Haven't exited yet. Still letting this baby breathe. I'm down 10% on it right now. I tried to exit at 8% gain. It did not fill for one reason or another, but here I am. Here I am. Good old Italian pinch. I'm still full of cash today. Nicely done, nicely done. And it's just in the chop fest. That's all we got here. Bouncing off this range right here. Yeah, on chop days like this, take a little risk off the table if you want to play chop. Use lower position sizes. Don't go nuts. Just be happy with a few percentage gains. Like on an inside range day like this, you're not going to be you're not going to be wanting to try to take 10 or 30, 40% gain. Like you're not going to get that. So just take it easy. Use smaller position sizes. Pick your entry points. Don't be stupid like me. By calls and OM's channel, all indicators are bull. That's funny. I hope that continues. I hope we are bullish into 2022 and 2023. I can't wait to see where this thing goes in 2022. I'm honest. If I'm still sitting here with y'all in 2023, I can't wait. I can't wait. It's gonna be great stuff. Talking to y'all for so many times, and I can't wait to hear the success stories. I can't wait to get the first message. It's like, hey, I joined your Discord 2 years ago. You have made me this percentage. You've changed my life. I was able to pay off my car, pay off my student loans, pay off my house, pay for my kids' college. Like that's gonna mean the world to me, and I can't wait. I'll always remember y'all. I'm still impressed by 17 pull-ups. You have aspirations about a fitness channel? No, I mean, I'm good at fitness, but I don't think I'm good enough to have a fitness channel. I don't think many people would want to watch. I'm like slightly above average, I would say, on fitness. I'm blessed with being able to gain strength pretty easily. Other than that, yeah, that's about it. We'll have to change the brand to Options Billionaire. I hope. That'd be the best thing in the world. I would give generously. I would love that. My husband in the background said, that guy sounds like a pilot. Yes, I am. I'm very much a pilot. Julie's husband. I'm very much a pilot. All right, let's take a look here. Wasn't E-Trade giving you problems to prevent closing? Yes. Yeah. They were giving me problems. Ryan says, I would watch your sweaty body make movements. Ooh. Y'all are silly. Not gonna lie, you do have a radio pilot voice. Thank you, thank you. I mean, part of pilot training, is teach you how to sound cool on the radios. So I'm just kidding. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. If you look out the left side of your window, you see SPY currently up and down. Got a little turbulence here early in the market. Thank you for choosing Options Millionaire Airlines. Nope, I don't fly the A-10. I wish I flew the A-10. That's my favorite aircraft. Good stuff. Eric Stone says you need to use like a comma if you want to make it to the airlines. Like Quagmire. Yep, we're still on short final. I'm not aborting yet, but I've got my hand on the throttle for full power to go around. So I'm just waiting for this thing to breathe. I'm only down 9%. I say only. It's 9% sure, but I'm just waiting for this thing to breathe. I'm letting this thing go up and down. Well, PJ, I'm glad you're here, man. Let's learn and let's fix all your situations here. You're in the best place, and you're in the best place to learn how to change your situation right now. So, I got a question for you. Ever seen any UFOs or something you couldn't identify? I saw the Pentagon recently verified some footage. I cannot confirm or deny. That's classified information. I'm just kidding. Nope, never seen anything like that. So I can't speak on that stuff. But there's a couple of cool stories about some military pilots seeing some cool stuff out there. I'm glad I got out when you didn't. I'm glad you did too, Nate. I had to run some errands. I do not have to run some errands. I had to drink some coffee. So, yeah, now we're just waiting for the little bit of chop show here. So I've got, on the 3-minute chart, I've got the dark red candles on the squeeze Momo, and the 8 is starting to come up here and approach the 21. Let's see if it rejects again. Maybe things start looking bullish. And the 1 minute is looking bullish, but I don't look for the 1 minute. Learning every way, dad to dad. You know what? That's awesome stuff, man. Especially you got kids. This is where you want to be. Change your future. You hold your future in your hand like a tiny little bird. Tiny little bird. Hey, Billionaire Booking, what's up? Just got in. Where we at? Currently holding calls. I'm holding May 21st, 418 calls. So I was up 8% on them. Held on to them. Now I'm currently down 5% on them. So just a little bit of chop in the action here, and I'm just waiting. I'm letting the market breathe and see where we go. I'm trying to form an uptrend here to get a little bit of profit on these calls. Continue yesterday's momentum. Chop days suck. I prefer days like last Friday when you can just buy a call and walk away. Yep. Part of it, though. Part of it. You just gotta know when to play it and when to get out, when to get in. Yep. Calls on SPY. Calls on SPY. SPY definitely loves this 414 number, though. It was glued to it all morning yesterday. And then, of course, it broke out a little bit in the afternoon and went up. But, yeah, it was glued right to it and then finally popped below it and then went nuts and went up. And here we are back in that range again. So, are we aiming out for break even? Yeah. I'm just kind of waiting this thing to shake out here, but we'll see. We're bounced off the bottom morning range here at the 414.47 level. Currently sitting at 415.40. And yeah. So I'm down, what, 5% on these? Oh, man. Good stuff. I'd love to maintain the momentum from yesterday. 3 wins yesterday. 1 good one, 2 small ones. Good stuff, though. All right. So on the 3-minute chart, got a little bit of buying volume coming in here. EMA is about to cross on the 3-minute chart. Let's go to the 5. So the 5-minute chart's about to cross, or not the 5, the 3 minutes about to cross. In the 5, it's curling up, and we're close to testing the 21. And squeeze momentum is looking good here on the 5-minute. I'd like to see that curling. I would love for this to test pre-market highs. If it did, that would definitely be bullish. Expiration date is May 19th. No, May 21st. I took the May 21st 418 calls. Yep, this chop is hard to trade, especially for beginners. So I mean, don't get discouraged of being how hard this is. So playing chop is hard. Devin said, join the Patreon yesterday. Excited to see the content. Does the pre-market high-low helps you determine the play for the day? Yes, it does. Thank you for joining the Patreon, Devin. Really do appreciate that. I saw your name pop up here, and so I tried to post a little in the Patreon. I post some behind the scenes stuff about OM, about what I do, kind of like my setup here and the computer and everything I do in the morning. So I appreciate that. Hope you enjoyed a little bit of that. That'll be more of that coming. Brethren to All says, thank you for being so informative. Your opinion on how much buying power do you think beginners should start with to be able to trade like you do? I mean, it's all relative, man. It's all about your relative comfort, how much of a beginner you are. Are you completely green? Have you never touched an option? Do you have a little dabble in there? And all based on how confident you are in your position. So I would definitely, if you have a small position and you're a complete options noob, by one call. I mean, one contract. That's it. No more than one contract. Look how they, look how they interact. Look how they change. Look how they decay. Study the Greeks, which the video is coming out shortly. Study the Greeks. Know what you're doing. Know what happens when certain events happen, and then go from there. And then ramp up slowly. But a good, it's like a Venus flytrap, man. It looks delicious. Options look delicious, and you can make a lot of money playing options. But you can get euphoric and get overconfident, and it'll smoke you. It'll smoke you. So, you'll go on a run of because what happens is you've got the classic trap. You've got a stock trader who is used to only 2 to 3% gains, 0.5% here. A great day is like 3-4%. And then they come into options and they start slinging 10-20% wins. They're like, holy crap, why have I never done this before? Why am I just now getting into options? And they go 2 or 3 days of killing it, 20%, and then they start ramping up their position size. They think, oh, if I go 100% portfolio size, I can get 30% of my entire portfolio in one day. Are you kidding me? And they'll put in a whole 100% of their portfolio. And then they get smoked, and they don't necessarily understand what's going on because they haven't traded options too long. And there you are sitting on a big negative 30% number. 30% of your portfolio is gone, and you don't even know what happened. And it completely demoralizes new traders. Completely demoralizes new traders. They don't know what happened. They don't know what hit them. So, you just got to be careful trading options. I'm telling you, ramp into it. Ramp up, ramp in, and learn this gig. Finally starting to look bullish on the SPY. What is XLF doing? XLF is still down. XLF is still down. SPY is teasing me. It's hovering at 149. It's stalemate at 149. I entered the position at 150. It's funny how the market teases you. It's like, come on, hit the buy button. Watch what happens. Hit the buy button or sell button. Sell me at 149. You know you want to take the 1 cent loss and move on. It teases me. It's like putting a steak in front of a lion. Daniel says, OMG, I can't wait for the podcast with that voice, ... I can't wait too. I'm glad you're here, Daniel. Cameron said $300 you should be able to get something, at least one. I don't know what you said, on one SPY. Sugma says, sorry if I destroyed your name. I'm terrible with names. It's not smooth brain at all if you follow your trading plan and have a solid reasoning for it. Absolutely. That's all it is formulating an easy plan and going with that. Matt says, I'm just starting out with options, making a killer 450%. Then you got super confident and lost 60% of my account over the past few weeks. Well, Matt, you're in the right place, buddy. Thank you for being here and learn how to not to do that again. QQQ is starting to rip. Finally got a green candle on the squeeze momentum on the Q, so it's doing well. SPY is currently here, not quite to the top of the range yet, and you've got almost the Italian pinch on the 5-minute chart. 3-minute chart here, a lot of green action coming in. XLF right here. OMASMR. Y'all are silly. Y'all are silly. Please sell your call so SPY will shoot up. You're funny, Kremlin. You're a funny guy. Oh, just popped the back. Good stuff. I use about 15% because normally one contract costs me that much, but it's my third broker account, so yeah. Yeah, I feel you. 50% is good. I use roughly about that, give or take, every now and then, depending on how confident I feel. I re-entered the calls at $1.50 level better than the level I exited at. Nice stuff, Nate. Market seduction. Julie asks, what percentage do you put into each play? It varies. It varies. Sometimes it's 10%, sometimes it's 15, 20, 8%, 3%. I've even done like, I think last week I did a couple $100 on a call, or 2 weeks ago, just because it's a very small position that I didn't have much confidence, but I wanted to test out a theory. And sometimes it's a lot more than that. You know, it all depends on your confidence. It's all about your percentage of your portfolio and how much you want to risk. What about QQQ? The Q's climbing. The Q is right at pre-market. Oh, no, they're not. They got a little bit more. So they've got about, let's see. Nope, they're right at their pre-market highs. So QQQ is starting to look bullish. Should I buy in at 148? It's starting to look bullish here. We're just waiting, you know. We're just waiting here. I'm currently right at break even now, so we'll see. What's your exit strategy on your play? I'm waiting for a break. Things are looking bullish. The squeeze momentum is firing on the 3-minute chart for the Q here, so it's looking bullish for the Q. Let's look at the XLF here. It's still trading flat. Nothing to write home about on the XLF. Let's look at the SPY. Yeah, so it's trending towards bullish on the squeeze momentum for the 5-minute chart. We have this range here formed. I'd like to see this to go to the top of the range. If we reach the top of the range, I'll pop out of that, judging by what the action is here. So if we reject it, if I see a red candle forming, I'll take it. If we pop through, we'll see what happens there. So if we do break this upper resistance and pop out in pre-market highs, it'll be a good bullish signal. How do you handle the adrenaline rush after you take a position? You know, sometimes you do get an adrenaline shot when you hit buy on this, but if you're nervous, like if you're freaking out, then your position side is too big or your emotions are running too hot. I never try to get emotional on a position, even when I win, because I know how futile this all can be. You can get a big old win, and then the market can take it all back the very next day, and then you're all depressed and sad, and woe is me, and why did I do that? I'm a dummy. So I always try to keep very level-headed. I never try to get emotional about anything, a loss or a gain. Never a loss because I trust my system. I'll make it back very quickly, and a gain because it can be gone in a second. You can lose it all in the next day. So with the adrenaline shot, I don't try to get too wrapped up in that stuff. Of course, I'm human, you know. Sometimes it happens, and it's, you know, I've just been doing this a long time, and after a while, your body's like, all right, I'm not going to get adrenaline filled after all this. Play with money you are okay with losing. You're so right. I'm a trader from India. Thanks for the suggestion, but this is what bothers me a lot. Please guide. Go ahead. Please print that on a shirt. Yeah. I'm actually coming out with some shirts. Yeah, I've got a meeting with the designer today to discuss designs for the Options Millionaire shirts and hoodies. Upwards momentum is stalling. Yep, I don't like this little ceiling here that we got going on there. Position's currently right at break even. What's the Q doing? Q's stalling at the top. XLF. Got a little buying coming in the XLF. I would love to buy an OM shirt. Hoodie won't fare too well in Florida in the summertime. Yeah. I said the same thing because a lot of people say, hey, can you do a sweat hoodie? And I was like, you do realize that we're on the cusp of summertime here in the United States, right? And they're like, yeah, but everyone wants a hoodie. Apparently, like all the youngsters still wear hoodies. So, yeah. I'm sure you mention this every day, but I haven't been privy to it yet. Is averaging down ever part of your playbook? Never. I almost did it. The market almost got me like 2 weeks ago. I almost averaged down because I knew where the position was going, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. So averaging down is just a bad habit to start. It just puts you in a bad position. It puts you in bad habits and bad setups, and you can end up losing your money. So the way I figure it, if I get in a position that's losing, there's a reason for it. It's either a bad setup or the market broke down on me. Either way, I don't want to double down on that. I'll manage my current position accordingly, but I'm not going to double down and add more risk to that situation. It's a bad way of looking at it. It's a sunk lost. It's the sunk what is it? Sunk cost mentality, where that money's already gone. Now I got to try to get it back by adding more, and I just don't like it. I just don't like it. It's like doubling down on blackjack or something like that. So why overexpose yourself? It's a fallacy. Absolutely. It's an emotional play. Doubling down is emotional play. So the Q is flattening out up here. And this is a great example how Vega and Theta will get you because my position right now. Let's take a look at SPY. Currently, the underlying stock price SPY is what? It's 40 cents higher. SPY is 40 cents higher now than where I entered my calls, and yet my calls are down 7% right now, even though the SPY is 40 cents higher than where it was where I bought it. So that just goes into it's more than just being right with your calls. You have to be right at the right time. You have to pick your entry points very, very cautiously. Otherwise, you're going to get in this situation here where in order for me to even break even, SPY has to go above and beyond my entry point after a breakdown in order for me to make that up. It's a classic SPY struggle, or option struggle. I mean, is that you can't just be right. You have to be right at the right time. Bree comes in and says, just want to thank you. This has been life-changing. You're welcome, Bree. I'm glad I'm changing your life. Thank you for being here. My cat's birthday is in 10 days, hoping I can make enough to buy him a nice fish. I'm sure your cat would like that. We got the Italian pinch on the 5-minute SPY. For those new, Italian pinch is a joking term I use for the convergence of the 8 and the 21 SPY. It kind of looks like, the Italians when they talk with their hands, the pinch. So, a little goofy thing. What do you look for QQQ in the SPY? I monitor it for trends in the market. I just pop through the market to see what the trends are. Nate, do you strictly follow your own strategy, or do you follow other traders and implement their strategies outlook on a daily basis? I'm always learning. I will say this. I don't try to mimic other people's strategies, but if I see something working and I respect this person or trader and they know what they're doing, yeah, sure. I mean, I'll test theories. I always try to remove ego from the situation. And if I'm sitting here beating my chest, says, my system works, I don't care about your system, I'm better than you, I don't even want to learn what you're doing, then I've set myself up for failure. And that's with anything in life, whether you're in sports or a pilot in the military, for example. You got to put your ego aside and learn. Like, why would I not want to learn from a profitable, successful trader? Even I'm a profitable, successful trader myself. So I'm always looking to learn. I'm always looking to implement other strategies, and come in and out of positions and theories and stuff. So yeah, I do follow other stuff. I stick to my own strategy though. There is such thing as changing your strategy too much, and you always once you develop a strategy, it can be, trading suicide to constantly jump from strategy to strategy to strategy. So I always want to stick to your strategy and build off of that, because that's what's going to come natural to you. However, changing a few parts here and there and migrating things is different than changing your overall strategy. As long as you stick to the meat and potatoes of your strategy, you're good to go. Get a little breakdown here on the SPY again. So on the 5-minute chart, we are bouncing off the 8 right here. Let's see if we can use that as support. And we've got a first green candle on the squeeze momentum finally. Big volume channel right here, right in the middle of this range. My ego was the biggest hurdle at the start of my trading. Yep. Me too. Me too. What point do you think we should cut our losses here? Or you think you can get a profit? And what makes you think that? Just history and volume and volatility. I'm pretty close to it. I don't like. I'm pretty much. I'm losing my patience with this trade. I was hoping for a little bit of bounce off the 8 EMA here and go a little bit higher, especially since like it was right at my break-even point, and like I've got decay killed me on that. Can you preach to the young ones about the importance in starting an IRA? Starting an IRA is absolutely crucial. I mean, the second that you are able to invest in IRA, your first check, I don't care if it's $1.50, you need to start putting into the IRA. Avoid debt and start putting everything you can into your IRA from the earliest possible you can. My biggest regret is not fully funding my retirement accounts the day I turned 18, the day I was able to. It took me, I think, till I was 24 to start even opening a long-term investment account like that, and then I start pouring money into it. So, and I would be way more advanced if that were the case. So, crucial. It's absolutely crucial for youngsters to start opening an investment account and trading it. That's funny. JD Star, that's funny. Remind me to start one for my infant. Yep, you can do a 521 account too. 529 account. I'm sorry, for your education investment for your kids. Roth all the way, baby. Roth. Pay them taxes up front. Educational video opportunity again, for sure. There's always opportunities for educational videos. Absolutely. Tax-free profits. Do you think we should get some puts and break even? Not at the moment. Not at the moment. The squeeze momentum still trending towards bullish. So we're just going to see. We got this huge volume right here. I'm going to see if this forms support, bounce higher, and hit the top of the range. So that's what I'm looking for. I want to get off Mr. Spy's wild ride. You and me both. But I'm just going to let it do its thing. Had a lot of influx of support over the last 12 hours, so I do truly appreciate that. It just shows me that what the system is doing is working, and it's helping others. It's helping others, and that's what I love to see. So Greg, Robert, Dead Right, Nicholas, Viking Trader, Howard, John, Andrew, Luke, Ian, Patrick, Fast Food Diet, Paul, just a couple of the people that have joined in the past few hours supporting the Patreon. So I do really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. So your support's going to go a long way in growing this brand and allowing me to put my full force behind this and give you the best product I absolutely can. The best product. Because y'all deserve the best. There's too much crap out there on the YouTube and Twitter just giving you false information or clickbait or crap that's just not even true that's going to get you hurt. So I feel like now that I've got this presence, it's my duty to show y'all the real way to do this, not the WSB or TikTok way to trade. So I'm glad you have found a home here, and I'm humbled that you are so willing to support. Cami says, I've got my indicators in volume VEMA, but what does huge volume mean? It was a baseline to determine how big an increase of volume is considered. Well, there's two ways to look at volume. There's two ways. You've got the volume candles, and you've got the volume profile. Both are important, and they're both used differently. So the volume candles down here shows you the volume in that time frame. So this is 5 minutes, so those are 5-minute volume candles. The problem with the volume candles is that it can be a little misleading, because you can have a huge volume candle and a very, very small movement in price. So a very small candle wick up here. You could have a very small candle in volume, but a very large volume, a change in price. So that's where the volume profile comes in. The volume profile tells you volume at a certain price. So right here, so this big volume right here, so there's a lot of volume coming in at the 415, so it could show potential support, which is why I think we're bouncing off of it. Up here, a little bit of resistance, big volume at 417. You can kind of see it tapers off, and this is where the majority of the volume is, right in this area. Hope that helps. What at the top of the range today? Man, I would love to see this thing pop pre-market highs. So let's see what happens if it does pop the pre-market highs. If it does pop pre-market, I would say what? 417.50 could be in play if we pop the pre-market highs and go on a roll. I would be very surprised to see that kind of volume come into it. But when you pop the ranges, it could happen. A lot of buying volume coming into play right now. All my watch list looking up. Broke the 200. Now we're currently near the top of the range. Look at that. See, we're 80 cents above where I entered these calls. SPY is 80 cents above where we entered these calls, and I'm down 2.4%. That's called a bad entry. Well, I would say a bad exit. It was a great entry, just a bad exit, and it's costing me 4% in stress. So exiting to me is much harder than entering. I could take entries all day long, but exiting is the hard part, because that's where your emotions start coming to play. Well, if I cut this profit loose, is it going to keep running? If I cut this loss short, if I take the loss right now, is it going to rebound and rage and to make a profit? Like, that's where you start playing with your mind and play with your emotions, and you got to really focus on your charts here. And let's see here. We get the 821 crossover on the 5-minute, looking bullish and heading to the top of the morning range. And yeah, let's love to see the hit pre-market highs of the 416.70. Yep, you're definitely right, Vigilante. You're definitely right. Yep, and since we're on the subject, y'all be on the lookout for the video coming out tonight or tomorrow. It'll be the Greeks video, the OM brand, or the OM video on some Greeks. It'll be my take on it. Yes, you can Google anything you want about the Greeks and sit there and read it. There's a billion YouTube videos about the Greeks, but I just want to give it my take and how it ties into my system, how my mind works, and how I see them. I try to break it down in layman's terms, and then instead of sitting there reading you the book definition of delta, theta, vega, and gamma, I want to explain it in beginner's terms, how I want to explain to me when I first started learning, so you can learn how to do this and kind of see, oh, okay, now I can see this. I visualize what's happening here. So just be on the lookout for that. It'll be coming out here today or tomorrow. And Robin says, hey, I respect your patience. I jumped out a while ago. I was down awaiting re-entry. Yeah, it's part of it, man. I'm willing to let this thing breathe. And but yeah, I am losing my patience on it, so I'll just let this thing come up a little bit, and then we'll see what happens. I know hindsight is 20/20, but in doubling your position size in the dip to bring the average cost down and a bad entry idea, and to me it is. I don't like averaging down at all. I think it forms bad habits, and you may get lucky and it works out for you, but it's a good way to overexpose yourself, and it's an emotional play. 9 times out of 10, averaging down is an emotional play. Because like, oh, I want to get it back. I could cut my cost in half. Yeah, it's a bad thing. If you see another entry point, don't hesitate to point it out. Sounds good. Sounds good. I mean, here, let's take a look. I mean, we're looking bullish. We've got the 8 finally crossed over on the 21 here. We've got the green candles on the squeeze Momo. Things are uptrending. All the EMAs are uptrending. I would like to see them reshuffle where the 8 and the 21 come on top of the 34. Let's look at the Q. Q's in the top of the range. Starting to face a little red. XLF is finally starting to turn upwards, though. It'd be cool to see XLF go bullish. All right, all right. So the financial sector is starting to look bullish, about to get the crossover here on the 5-minute. And the SPY, a little bit of volume bomb coming in. I would love to see the gray cross here and things start really pushing upward. That would give me the warm and fuzzies. What Greeks are you going to cover? I'm covering everything except Rho. Hey, Mind Wolf. Delta, Theta, Gamma, and Vega. The main reason I'm coming, excuse me, the main reason I'm coming to Vega is because that implied volatility. I'm actually going to talk a little bit about implied volatility as well, because I think you need to understand it to understand the market, like a gamma squeeze. I think you need to understand what Vega and implied volatility, how they work together. So that's why I'm pointing there and going in there, putting it on there and going in. What's up, Mind Wolf? Thanks for being here, buddy. Big selling volume hitting SPY again. So it broke back down through. Oh, that's XLF, so that one's selling off there too. So all the EMAs are just pinched right in there. So we're bouncing off the 21 here. This candle got wicked out, and we're just waiting to see how that price action affects the upward growth of this little pop here. Thanks, Hank. Appreciate that. I was about to answer that question. All right, so the Q is riding the 8 EMA up on the 5-minute chart, and they're reaching the top of their volume range right here. XLF is, pretty much trading sideways. Energy's down, flattening out here though. Same thing with materials. Yep, definitely do not force a position in this. So SPY is trying to get a bounce off the EMAs here. Needed to find a direction. Get some legs, baby. Alrighty, well, we're waiting for the market to decide what it wants to do from here. If you got questions, throw them at me. You can put them in the Discord room. Shoot me a DM. So I'm always happy to answer some questions. I enjoy it. I enjoy the financial conversation. Or if you just got any other random questions, throw them at me. I like talking about that too. That's correct, Dippy. That's correct. Sorry, I'm just checking out a few charts here while we're waiting. All right. Do I ever miss trading other stocks? Occasionally. But then I have to remind myself that 2020 was an anomaly. And this is why I got out of it. The first, 10 months of 2020 were amazing. And then the last half, as things started to die off, my bias started turning more and more biased because I kept thinking this can't possibly continue to go up, especially on Tesla, because I was a Tesla fanboy for the entire year. And I made a lot of money off Tesla. But then it wanted to hit like the 620-ish range. I was like, all right, this is getting a little ridiculous. And then, obviously, we all know what happened. It continued to rise up to 900. So, I don't miss the guessing game. I don't miss all that nonsense. I don't miss the ups and downs and the events, so to speak. So, not really. Not really. I love what I do. I love this system. This is my favorite system that I've ever traded in 8 years because it's simple. It's not very technical. I know a lot of people get high into the weeds of a lot of stuff that's works very well. It's easy. Long calls, long puts. It's easy. Simple. Veteran going long on some futures. Holding pattern? You're talking about aircraft holding patterns? Boring trading means you're doing it right. Yep, I guess you can call what I'm doing this morning right. A great entry. I'm happy with the entry. I played the pop and got it. I just didn't sell it. I had 2 opportunities to sell it for over 8%, and I didn't take out. Well, the first one I didn't take. The second one I tried, but technical difficulties. So. Q's making higher. I think Q's about to break their pre-market highs. It's getting pretty close to it. Energy selling off. I like index trading as they are largely insulated from the effects of unanticipated events such as stock dilution or corporate scandal. Yeah, that stuff, you don't have to put up with that crap. You just have to look out for market-wide events like political statements, economic events, stuff like that. You just got to be on the lookout for that, which as long as you're doing your due diligence, it shouldn't be a problem. Nice little selling volume coming in to wallop me on the SPY. That's great. And we're currently using the 21 as support here. I'd love to see if we could bounce off the support and move higher to hit the top of this on the SPY, which would put us at the 416.05 level. David says, catching up in the live stream, Theta and Vega decay from morning till afternoon is real. The underlying has to go even higher just before to break even. It's happened to me on Apple a lot. Yep. Definitely. It actually smoked a lot of people on GameStop too. Vega did at least. It's almost like there's a break. The first 30 to 40 minutes are one kind of trade, and the rest of the day is the other. Yep, you're definitely right. If you don't understand why this is the case, definitely check out the video I've got coming out. So, understanding the Greeks will help you understand why. For prime example, underlying price is higher than where I bought this call, and yet I'm still in the red. So, welcome to options trading. Predictions on how Jay Powell's speaking will hit the market. Man, if you were to ask me 2 months ago, I would say bright red. But nowadays, you never know. It depends what he says. The whole spotlight is on inflation right now. And a hint of any negative hint of inflation, and we know what happens. Definitely do not like this setup here. If the 8 drops through the 21 here, I'll probably exit the position and just take this thing off the table, rack it up to a loss, bad exit point. So I don't want to see this whole round off on the downward side and the 8 pop through the 21. So I want to see buyers step in here. Otherwise, I'm out of this position. I'm not going to hold it for very much longer. Otherwise, I'm just really, at that point, if this setup breaks down and I continue to hold, at that point, I'm gambling. So. Wonder if tomorrow he'll announce the Fed ramping down the big burr money machine. Well, the thing is, Powell knows the weight of his words, and he knows if he comes out and says that, things will crash, like crash hard. Do you watch the SPY futures? I do. You ever consider selling low delta options on days like this and letting the theta work out in favor? Yep, I do, and I'm currently in the process of learning how to do that effectively and consistently. What's up, Toasty Spy? Hey, Toasty Spy, you're in the right room. Got a little bit of a bounce here off the 21. I want to see follow through on this. Maybe take out this big green candle's range. That'd be nice. All right, let's see here. On the 19th, all right, so according to the Federal Reserve, they've got the vice chair speaking tomorrow, which is Randall Quarles. And that's going to be at like 10 a.m. Eastern. Have I checked out the wheel strategy? No, I have not. No, I have not. Here's a teaching opportunity. Yeah, let me take a look at it. I actually do a lot of cool examples in this video. I've already got it recorded. I'm in the final process, the stage of editing it. But the video, yeah, I talk about how I look at different examples. Like if you were to buy at a certain underlying price, if you were to buy in the money, at the money, and then various levels of outside the money calls, and then if the price actually moves a certain dollar amount, how it affects it. So it's a really cool visual outlook on like how to pick your options and your contracts and your strikes and your expirations. So QQQ is up 0.55%. They're the ones beasting today. All of FANG is pretty bright green. Man, look at that. Tesla's up 1.7. They've rebounded hard. Amazon is up 0.88. Apple is it? No, it's not Apple. That's American Airlines. So let's see, Apple's up 0.36. The Dow is down 0.17. Oil is down. The VIX is finally turned red. So the VIX is tanking off a cliff here. About to hit the lows since the week lows. Yeah, if we're about to match the week lows, if it continues on this trend. Currently down 1.12%. It was up quite a bit, so that's nice to see the VIX start to fall. No, I don't. No, I don't, Matt. I'm staying the long calls, long puts. Nice and easy. Works out well for me, so. The Boogeyman. Baba Yaga. I love it. So just like yesterday morning on the 414, we are hugging this 415.50 level, just right on the money, bouncing off the 21. Love to see this thing lift off. VIX is considered in fear index. I wouldn't call it fear index. It's volatility, expected volatility. Volatility is the market's way of saying I expect a larger move. That's all it is. So still using the 21 here as a trampoline. Let's see if we can get this thing off. Yep, VIX tracks the implied volatility of the S&P 500. So yeah, where the DJ Roomba usually comes out at 9 a.m. Central my time, but his bin was full, so he didn't start automatically today. So XLF is starting to sell off. It's starting to downtrend a little bit more than I care for. It's starting to hit the bottom range of its chart. So on the 3-minute chart, this is their bottom range here. And their morning was way up there. It's a big morning range. So this is what's hurting SPY here. You get the volatilities down, and XLF is staying down, beat down. So that's really what's dragging SPY down. And this is why QQQ is up 0.6. You know, they're doing great. But look at FANG. You know, FANG is bright green, except for Facebook. Facebook's the only one that's red. And even then, they're only red a little bit. So QQQ is benefiting off of FANG going nuts, and SPY being held down by this financial sectors just being tanked. So currently sitting here on the 3-minute chart, it's cool. The squeeze momentum's cooling on the 3, and the 5-minute is staying right here, bullish but not firing off on the squeeze because we have such low volume in this range. Waiting to bounce off the 21 and go upwards. I'd love for it to top the top of the range, and we're just really bouncing off the range of this volume profile right here. Yep, staying right here like concrete. No movement at all. It's just the price is staying tight in this 415.50, 415.70, just 20-cent range, which is terrible for premiums. Just absolutely destroys premiums through decay. This little tight range for an hour now. So, yeah. This is the 1-minute chart. Just look how tight those candles are on the 1 minute. Just since 10 o'clock my time here, so yeah, just in this tight range, 20-cent range. Yep, RIP Theta on everyone's plays. This is definitely a Theta monster's coming out to get you. Yep, I'm still in this crap. XLF is nearing the bottom of their range on the day. I'd love to see them reverse and go to the top of their range so I can bring on the market with it. Theta Monster. Put that on a chart along with DJ Roomba. Yeah, for sure. Look at this. Look at this volume here. Just keeping this thing right there. We're holding strong though, and here's the deal. Let's look at VIX. So VIX is bottomed out now, although it appears to be rounding upwards. So I'd be careful on that one. XLF is nearing the bottom of its range. It's just down, down, down. So what I want is XLF to rebound. Bonds are recovering. XLE appears to be rounding off to the upside, so that'd be cool. $430 end of month. That's strong. That's strong. I thought all time highs after the bounce off 404. I did 404. 430 is pretty stout. 430 is pretty stout. We'll see what happens. I'd love for this thing to base right here. I'm okay putting up with this crap for an hour as long as this thing bounces finally and we get the move that we want. Look, it's just working instead of looking at this. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Well, if you're here watching this stuff, welcome to a Chop Fest. It's good to be here. It's good to be here. It's a good lesson. It's a good lesson in managing your positions in terms of exiting when you need to be. Big old dunce cap on my head. I should have exited. I had two opportunities to exit this thing with 8% gain, and both times I did not. So it's what it is, just a lesson to learn. And currently we are now rage bound in this premium killing area. If you're new to the channel, if you just joined, I took a call early this morning on a bounce play off of the morning sesh. I was very happy with it. It's a great play. I bought it somewhere around here, and I had way up here, and I did not sell it. I did not sell it. I kept it. It's called being greedy. I wanted more of it. Everything was bright green. XLF was popping. I thought we were going to go up to pre-market highs. That's why I elected to keep it. And I was going to rake in the cool 20, 30%, but I elected to keep it, and obviously we did not. We sold off and then bounced back up again, and I tried to get out of that position, actually, and it just didn't work. It didn't fill for whatever reason. So here we are. Position is currently down 10%, and we are in the super tight 20-cent range here all late morning long, and we're approaching the 11 o'clock time frame on mine, 12 o'clock Eastern time. Yeah, is the Is the stream quality bad on everybody or just his? Because you know my internet connection is strong right now. I'm watching the data. Veteran jumping in on the May 21st 418 calls. That's pretty awesome. He thinks this thing's going up, obviously. Buy calls now and hopes it breaks up after chopping. Yeah, I don't like to hope. I mean, it is basing here. What I want to see is XLF finally rebound, which it looks like it's going to. We're at the bottom of the range, so if this approaches the top of the range, we got a little upside here. So stream quality is fine for me. Good deal. Good deal. Booyah. XLF taking another dip, and then SPY is trying to follow suit here, so we'll see what happens. I have that 8K Patreon quality stream. Oh, man, it looks like SPY finally wants to break out of this range to the downside. To the downside. Is this a bear trap? Does it get bought up and waylaid up? We'll see. So, yep, things are starting to look pretty bearish on the 3-minute chart here. EMAs are crossing over to the downside. And I don't know. If the buyers don't step in, we might test the bottom of the range. There's that 5-minute chart. Bouncing off that 200 on the 5. Let's see if we use that as a trampoline and bounce back up. Yep. No sell-off unless bonds start running green. Let's see, Patreon General. So things are starting to look pretty hairy for the SPY here. Looks like people got a little tired of waiting this out and then sold off here. Now I'm looking at the bonds here. They're down 0.04%. And I'm kicking myself right now. This is what greed gets you. Prime example of greed. Great entry. You don't sell because I'm an idiot and I wanted more, and look what it's happened to me now. So just a good lesson in execution of your exit points. Harder part about doing all this trading is your exits. Massive red candle on the SPY on the 5-minute chart. XLF at the bottom of their range. Yeah, puts in callers right now. Whoever got in puts in calls in that range is like, oh, you're getting destroyed on decay. So we're all pretty much looking to break even if you're holding. So hindsight is 2020 for sure, for sure. When dealing with the 8 and 21 EMA, does it pull averages from the last 8 or 21 bars of time frame? Hold on a second. Yep, we don't average down. Yep. Bonds just sold off. That TLT just sold off on the 5-minute chart. May 24th or 416 or 414 puts. What would you recommend? Well, let's look at the deltas. All right, 416 puts, yours are 290 a piece, and your 414s out of the money are 213. The deltas are 4.2 and the 5.4 respectively. So gonna be you're gonna get more gains on the 414, more volatility there. So it all depends on how risky you want to be here. Either way, you gotta be careful playing this chop right here because just a little bit unknowns coming in here. If you want to get at a little volatility on a move, you take the outside the money play. Do you have any problems pulling the trigger on your picks now that people are watching? I know it would definitely cause me a little grief. When I first started doing this live trading back in 1st of April, 2nd week of April, I did. Like, it was daunting. And it caused me to take a few losses. Yeah, because I was trying to be a little aggressive and show people all that stuff. But it is what it is. Just it's a different variable to inject in the trading system, and I had to adapt to it. But now, I told myself that I was just going to play in my system and trust it because it does work. It's worked for a couple of months now. So this particular variable, the variation of this system has worked for a couple of months now, and I trust it. And I want y'all to see it in its true form. So, and if I'm not trading its true form, then I'm doing you all a disservice. So, yeah, it definitely does affect it, and it affects my psyche as well because obviously my ego says I want to, take wins and show my win rate and all that stuff. But you got to remove ego off the table, and I always have to remind myself of that. Do you find correlations work most of the time? Yeah, I mean, I like to correlate as much as I can. The more correlation I see along all my indicators, the better. That's the more confidence I have. That's the whole point of indicators. Kind of give you an educated guess on what's going to happen, and the more you have correlated, the better, more confident you are. So the bonds are falling off. XLF is on the bottom range. So look, the XLF needs to catch the bid and go up. So far, today's feels like another day spent better doing something else. I completely agree, Whacked. I completely agree. This is a fantastic day to go do anything else besides play this crap. SPY is starting to get smoked out of this range, and I'm pretty much fed up with this position. My finger is on the sell button. I'm just going to cut this, call this a loss. It's not worth the stress hanging on to this anymore. So, great entry, terrible, terrible exit. So that's just my fault. Breakdown of my discipline. Got greedy. So it is what it is. On to the next day. I haven't exited yet, but I'm close to it. Daddy says, I've really enjoyed watching and learning. You're a really good teacher, and I love the military patience. Yeah, thanks, Daddy. Appreciate that. Thank you for learning. That's all you got to do. You got to learn from your wins. You got to learn from your losses. That's part of the game. Just make sure you have more wins and losses. Oh, that's my alarm going off. Yep, I got a meeting at 11 o'clock here, so I'm going to have to jump off here in a few minutes, in about 10 minutes. And yeah, nothing wrong with that, though. There's nothing crazy going on here. As soon as I exit the position, I'm not touching this chop again until we break this range. It's just no fun. No fun. Buying in the morning with this increased volatility also means that Vega's working against you. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And Vega is the amount, the definition of Vega is the amount that the premiums price moves given 1% change in implied volatility. So if you have a decreasing implied volatility, Vega is going to crush you. It's called just the IV crush. So you're absolutely right, Chris. Yep. Devin took my lumps in decay today, and listening has been helping immensely for being disciplined. Well, it's part of it. So he's got to learn somewhere. Whitler Cody's killing it. Killing it. My paper trading plays aren't even that big. That's funny. That's funny. Yep. Just another chop day. Just another chop day. So I'll let y'all choose. I got to take a call. I have a meeting. Do you want me to keep the stream up and then I'll just bounce back on when I'm done with the call, or do you want me to sign off? It's up to y'all. It's up to y'all. I'll take a look at the YouTube live chat for your response. Same setup as yesterday. Come on, MP, let's go. That's right, Cammy. Let's make some money. That's what I'm talking about. Let's see if we get a bounce. Look at the VIX. Yeah. The VIX got a little pop. It's selling off, though. Keep it open. Sweet. I like your chart be better than mine if I'll keep it up. Okay. I'll keep it alive. Let's keep it alive. I love you too, Cody. The people have spoken. I'll leave the stream up. I'll leave the stream up. This call is about our merchandise. So I'll be on the phone with a designer, a clothing designer, to get some stuff rolling on the shirts and the hoodies. Shirts and the hoodies. All coming to you. All coming to you. Remember, if you are a Patreon subscriber, you not only do you get first right. Well, if you're a Patreon subscriber, you get first rights to the merchandise, and then the second tier subscribers get 10% off all merchandise. One of the benefits of being a Patreon member, 10% off. Good song, Toasty Spy. Good song. Hat soon as well. Yep, I do want me a good veteran. I'm just sorry, I was reading veteran screen name as I said that. Yeah, I did want to definitely want to get an OM hat. I might get one for myself and then take pictures of it and post it and see if everyone likes it. And if it likes it, then I could order a larger quantity of it. But I do like a higher end, like trucker style hat. Yep, I'll be keeping an eye on the ticker. Although I won't be doing much if I exit in my play. I'll try to give some sort of indication that I'm selling. But obviously I'll be on a call. But that's only if prices break down here. So. Veteran said, OM's getting a veteran shirt. You're definitely worthy of it. I'm glad you're selling merch rather than demanding a subscription or something. Yeah. And obviously, I'm not even selling the merch for the purposes of making money. I'm not in the merchandise business. And like from what I could tell, the margins on it will be so small that it's not going to be making any money. Obviously, it's not my goal. It's just to get, I want y'all to support the brand. I want y'all to support the OM brand. Yep, very good point, veteran here. Yeah, if you are, I want everyone to talk about their entries and exits. Obviously, this is a part of the learning environment. But yeah, there's a line drawn between bragging and between telling your plays. So we're not here to show off our dollar amounts and big wins and all that stuff. So it's more about the details. The whole point of posting your plays is not to show off how big your position size is, but it's to show off your entries and your exits and your timing and how good you're doing and what you're learning from. So I would much rather you see your timestamp with your entry and exit rather than a screenshot of your dollar gains. So I guarantee you there's people in here that are slinging very high dollar amounts that could smoke you, so there's no point in showing off your account. So let's see here. And SPY can't hold a bid once again. They got a little pop going here, and then they sold off. If you build it, they will come. Yeah. Beanies for the winner. Yeah, that's a good idea. A couple of beanies. Is this the only way to play the market? Yes, it is. I only play SPY long calls, long puts right now. So that merch's going to go viral with all these testimonies. Yeah, buddy. I hope y'all want some, man. I'm trying to make it as cool as possible. Get some good materials here. Make it something good. I don't want any cheap materials, so I'd rather invest a little bit more and get some good materials. We chopped and dropped to 1:30 Eastern, then took off the rest of the day. All right, there's I've got a few more minutes, 2 or 3 more minutes here. Rest of the day, wonder if we might follow a similar trend. Possibly. Small sizes, please. Yep. 3XL for the bigger guys. I'm about a large for me, so depending on the sizing. So bonds are selling off hard again. XLF currently at the bottom of the range. Got some green here. Try to get a bounce off their play and bring them up. And SPY is right here, currently in the middle of their range. 4XL for me. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Nine for nine on the week, 3 for 3 so far today. Great job. So energy appears to be gaining a little traction on the 3-minute chart here. Got the crossover on the 8 EMA. And hey, you finally got a great cross on the squeeze momentum on the bullish indicator on the X and energy. See if that picks up. Let's take a look at finance. It's still down, although trending to the bullish on the squeeze momo. But they're at the bottom of the range. They're at the bottom of the range. Yes, Bjorn. Yes, Bjorn. Dad's mad at chat. No, I'm not mad at chat. I just, sometimes you got to cage it back in. There's a lot of people. We've got 4,400 people in this Discord now, so you gotta cage in the chat sometimes. You have to realize that a lot of people chatting can pretty much overrule the SPY sentiment. Anyway, I got to jump off here for 1 second to take this call. I'm going to leave the chat open, though, so y'all can talk to each other and monitor the room. So I'll be right back. Alrighty. I am back. I am off the call with our merchandiser for the shirts and the hoodies. Pretty excited. Got a lot of cool stuff about the fabrics and the designs. He's going to be shooting over the designs for me shortly, and we'll put them up in the room for y'all to take a look at, see what you like, and then we'll go from there. We'll talk about who wants a shirt, who wants a hoodie. So be looking for that in the merch channel over in the Discord room. So I see a lot of chatter. I'm just reading, kind of catching up here about what I plan on doing with this position. I'm in full-fledged minimize loss mode. I do see a little buying coming in here, but it's a pretty. I'm just chopping this up to a bad exit. I'm gonna pay my market tuition today, no big deal, and then exit this position when on any kind of pop here. So let me just kind of reassess what's going on. This thing popped below the range. In fact, the morning is over, so I'm going to delete these things. Or I'm going to turn them to a different color so I can see the different range. So let's just turn those to blue. So I know. All right, so that's the morning range here. It's currently 11:15 Central Standard Time. 12:15 Eastern. And we've got about 4 hours, 15 minutes, 3 hours and 15 minutes till the market closes. A little bit of buying action coming in here on the 5-minute chart, finally crossing up to the 8 on that big downward turn here in the late morning session. Do you think by the end of the day SP will jump higher? I mean, SPY will do what it wants for sure. But yeah, we're currently at the bottom of the morning sesh range here, and then the market is just holding this thing down. Like XLE sold off, energy sold off hard. It was like it was in the trending towards being bullish, like the momentum was starting to cool a little bit, and we're starting to turn upward, and then boom, we just got waylaid, and that's when the whole market just downturned. Like look at the financial market, it downturned hard. Still hasn't really showed signs of recovering just yet, and then materials market is down. And bonds, it's just playing a chop fest, up and down, up and down. What's the Q doing? Q's riding the wave too. Ride the snake. And now SPY is right here. And trying to find some footing. Here. To answer your question, Darcy, who knows? Who knows? At this point, I'm just trying to recoup some of my losses here before I get out of this position and chalk this up to a bad exit. Y'all should have known to buy as soon as OM gets off. That's fine. He always walks away from the big. I'm telling you, man. Instead of charging for my plays, I need to charge for walking away. Give me $5. I'll go take a hike for an hour, and come back. Let y'all make some money. We still live, Cammy. We still live. We're still here. don't know what you're talking about, Department of Car Stereo Repair. Anyway, yep. Welcome to Chop. Welcome to Chop. So while we're waiting here, let's see how many people we got on the stream. We've got 197 people. Well, it's up there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that little widget works apparently. Cool. 197 people watching. So if you are new to the channel, thanks for being here. Welcome to Chop. It's always fun stuff. Currently in a loss right now, waiting to get out of this position after a bad exit. Good entry, bad exit. And that's the downside of holding a position in a range day. Terrible stuff. Terrible stuff. XLE is taking a beating. They were doing great, but it's taking a beating. So selling off hard. Not a good day. Not a good day. So. So while we're waiting here, questions, concerns, throw them at me. What do you got? What do you got? What conversation do you want to have? What questions do you want to ask? Can we talk about trading view setup? What is the name of the panel at the dry bottom? Yeah, say that again. Would you have been out of here if not for E-Trade? I'm not going to say that. It's, I tried to exit the position the second time. It didn't take. It is what it is. No big deal. It happens. At the very bottom. What is the name of the pot? What is the name of the panel at the bottom? Well, this is a squeeze momentum indicator here, and of course, this is just your volume candles. Can we have a repeat of last week, please? That would be sweet. That would be sweet. You got your watch list right here. Of course, I've got that popped up. And then, yeah, so you clarify your answer for me there, or your question there, so I can get on the right track there. There's a typo at the end. Thoughts on when to look at the 135? I never make a trading decision based on the one. So yeah, here, this is just an instantaneous snapshot. I look at this to kind of see just what the candles are forming. Just an instantaneous snapshot. And then the 3 and the 5 is what I usually click on to make my decisions. So 3, bouncing off the 21 heading south, and then the 5 is not quite on the 21. It's just kind of hugging the 8 on the way down, and definitely looking bearish here. Is Squeeze Momo a custom thing for trading? It's not a custom thing, I don't believe. More of a personal question. What's the most return you've gotten on an SPY option? The biggest return I've ever gotten on a single option is 214. It was on a put, and it was funny enough. It was on a put. I just happened to grab a put right before the market rolled, and I held on to it for a few days. This was back late fall, and I held on to it for a few days, and I made well over 200% on it. It was fantastic. It was actually up at one point. It was up over 400%, but I held on to it and ended up selling it over a little over 200. Good question, though. Good question. Yeah, that was a fun day. A little bit of green finally on XLE. Let's see if this morning session sell-off is over with. It's over. If I could trim some of these losses, that'd be fantastic. So. Good questions. Good questions. What else you got? All right, all right. We got a little greeny right now. So, the podcast, the first episode of the podcast was recorded this morning. So I'm pretty excited about that. That thing is rolling out. It went great. It's definitely an eye-opening experience. My first podcast episode ever recorded. So it's fun talking about this stuff and thinking that that y'all are going to be listening and learning from my mistakes and learning from my wins too. So pretty excited about that. Y'all be on the lookout for that. With the help from my man Kremlin. Dude's a tech beast, man. He came out here and was gracious enough to help me set up this podcast and get this thing rolling. So I'm excited to roll it out and to see what y'all think about it. Great job, Whitler. Nice job. Do you ever find the market's weakest in the AM? I wouldn't say it's a trend to that nature. Definitely the past 2 days it's been weak in the AM. But it's just the nature of the beast this week. We got an inside week. It's forming, which, after the strong downward momentum followed by strong upward momentum, it's just, it's the nature of the beast. Nice little sideways chop until the market finds a direction, and then we go on upward to what I believe will be new all-time highs. I don't think we'll go too far above new all-time highs, but I think we'll still hit that in the near term. Timing your entry is just as important as anything else. It's the most important thing, especially for options traders. If you're buying stock, you can be off a little bit on your entry. It's not going to afford that much. You just wait for it. As long as you catch a good trend, you'll be fine. But with options, it doesn't work that way. You got to be Johnny on the spot with your entries. You got to be very diligent. Otherwise, you'll get killed with decay. Got the strong support right in this area here. This 415 level. Q's starting to rebound. We got a little cross on the EMAs on the 5-minute chart with the Q. Got that Italian pinch right there, baby. Let's see what happens. Come on, snake, curl up, baby. This must be one of your longer open positions. Yeah, I think this is the longest I've held in 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I held a long one a couple weeks ago. So... Good question. That's the first time someone's asked me that question. What delta to our target? Oh man, about in the 0.35, 0.4 level. That usually fits me right in my risk tolerance. Yeah, I'm usually happy with that. So, good question. No one's asked me that question before. Q's picking up steam. Yep. Get the markets picking up a little steam right here so you can recover some of these morning losses. Do you ever pick which option based on the delta? Not purely based on the delta. Well, when I first started the system, that was my main point. Like back in the day when I first really tried to refine the system and make it as simple as possible, I was like, all right, well, what's a good delta? And then, excuse me, and then as I started training it, I started refining it. Because at first it was kind of like, all right, a week out, week and a half out, and then I started experimenting with a little bit shorter. It's like, no, there's too big of fluctuations here. So I started bringing it in here and then cage it down to this level. And right now it's about that 0.35, 0.4 delta, which is about $2 to $3 in strike and anywhere from 4 to 7 days of DTE. So... do you think J. Powell is going to admit we have inflation and begin to start talking about tapering? No. If I thought that, I would be taking every dime I've got and buying puts and holding them. But I don't think that's going to happen. So Powell knows the weight of his words. He's not an idiot. Like he knows that the entire economic community has got their ear with the glass up against the wall, listening to what he's saying. So if he were to say that, it would be probably career suicide. And it definitely would be. It would be the market would tank. Just bought a call. Everyone should buy puts. All right, let's come back here and look at through some questions. 4 to 7.35 sounds like you're trying to max gamma exposure. Yep. So Yeah, like I said, once I dialed this in, you know, I used the Greeks to formulate this plan, and because I didn't want those things to move too quickly. Like my fear was to find, you know, my ultimate fear every day is to find options that it moves too aggressively based on a price movement, because I don't want that. And you know, gamma is what's really going to is the rate of change with that. So I don't want something that's going to change too quickly, because when things go wrong, I mean, it's great to think about the upside of that, but when things go wrong is when that really acts against you, and you have to consider the losses into the equation. You're going to have losses. You're going to, and you have to figure that into the equation. Entered at 149 and then again at 124. Is about to exit, went lower. Looks good. It's picking up soon. Yeah, it's starting to pick up. At this point, I'm just in loss, minimize loss mode. All right, what else we got? BHE Design. Robin says, did you happen to explain the A21? Oh, what was that? Let me read back that. Hold on, I'm going back to look. Let me see. When dealing with the 8 and 21 EMA, does it pull averages from the last 8 or 21 bars of time frame? Or is it the 8 and 21 days average? Oh, man. If the EMAs, the 8 EMAs is, I believe it's some of the prices divided by the periods, the observations. So 8 EMA would be the sum of the last 8 days divided by 8, and then 20 would be 20, and so on and so forth. So I hope that answers the question. I think that's what you were asking. I have a call. Do I have a put or a call on QQQ? I have a call on SPY right now. I follow a FinTwit personality who has a 415.40 denoted as a strong support resistance level. Been doing that. Let's take a look. SPY is finally starting to curl up. There is a resistance there on the volume profile with that 415.40. I'd be curious to see how he's forming that. Been reading a lot about John Carter stuff. Know that he targets 70 delta stuff till it gets better movement on the shift. Sure. And when you're playing with 70 deltas, you're going to get those big shifts in price. Well, let's take a look. What would be a 70 delta using my system? Let's take a look at it. So using the time frame I had, a 70 delta would be a 411. So it'd be a deep in the money call here using my time frame. So if you went a little shorter with that, the 70 would move that up to a 414 in the money call, and then shorter and shorter. So, and that's just the price fluctuations. All right, so enough yapping. Let's get to the charts here. Let's switch over to the 1 day, 5 minute chart. Energy tried to make a comeback here, but got some red still forming. And this is still selling off downward we go. And then, of course, we got the financial sector trying to make a comeback. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. What do you look at when you talk about the time frame? So I'm looking at the different time frames here to judge basically trends. So I never want to look at the 1 minute. And I just don't want to look at the 3 minute because that's going to bring in more of a trend than the 1 minute's more of an instantaneous snapshot. Currently got the 8 and the 21 converged right here on the 5 minute. And the squeeze momentum starting to cool. Maybe we'll get a little bit of upside here. Love to take out the morning's ranges. Maybe I can hit a break even for all my losses, which is like $50 for the day. Hey man, it's not about the size of it. It's about it's about what your position sizes are, not mine. So what's big to you is not what's big to me, and what's big to me is not what's big to other people. So it's all different for everybody. Yeah, I was experimenting with a couple of different time frames. I was zooming it out on the time frames, going out a little shorter, a little farther, just to see how that 70 delta was manipulated. And it's good to look at that. That's how you study the charts. Is go to the options chain and find a delta that you're comfortable with. Look at different expirations and see how that's manipulated. And then of course know the literature behind it and know the textbook definition of it, and so that way you can kind of formulate better visually how that's changed. I promise, the more you get intimate with that options chain and all the Greeks, the better you'll do, and the more you'll formulate a plan. Do I ever use VWAP? I do. It's chopped. It dropped out of my cross check here on TradingView because it's getting a little crowded on indicators here. This is more than this is about as many indicators I like to have, but I do have it on my E-Trade, which you don't see. Hi, OM. Can you quickly summarize your trading strategy? Can you quickly summarize your trading strategy again? Sure thing. All right, my trading strategy is, in a nutshell, 2 to 3 days strike price, only SPY options, 4 to 7 day DTE, never hold anything overnight. That's a quick summary. There's a whole lot more behind that, but that's basic. Actually, there's not all that much more behind it. So basic strategy here, nothing too complicated. I know it blows people's minds, and when I tell people, they're like, "All right, what else?" I'm like, "No, that's it. Just not try to keep it easy, nice and simple. Long calls, long puts. That's it. I'm not selling anything yet. I'm trying to learn from people smarter than me of how to grow wealth even more by learning new tools. That's, never be afraid to admit that you need to learn something. And I need to learn a little more higher end option stuff. I need to learn how to do it effectively, at least. There's some people here that blow me away. It's hard to have a conversation with them because it's like they're talking another language, and I'm trying to learn from them. So yeah, my entire career, all I've traded was stocks and long calls, long puts. So now here I am, introduced to this world of being an online financial influencer, and I need to learn how to do all the other stuff. So that's fine. I finally have the capital to do that, and we can do it. We can make it happen. So never be afraid to admit that you need to learn something. I don't care what level you are. I once talked to a general, and that was one of the things he told me. He said even still, he likes to learn from the airmen, the A1Cs. But when do you decide the entry is? I mean, that's a bigger question. I've got a whole system based around all my indicators, which is, of course, you got the technical indicators, and I've got a video on this stuff too. So you've got all your technical indicators too, which is on the chart. It's what you see here on the stream, but that's only a very small piece of the puzzle. You got to take into account the legwork, the market research, the trend analysis, market sentiment. And you take that all into play, and then you kind of figure out the price action. Once you have all the market research, you've got your market sentiment, kind of figure out where the day's headed, and then you wait for the first part of the day and you formulate the ranges and the price action. And then after the price action, you start incorporating the technical indicators. And, everyone's got all their different technical indicators, a whole bunch of different ones. So Yeah, I watched your entry and exit video last night, and it was hard. It was helpful, but still a lot to cover. Yeah, it's hard to cover all that stuff in a YouTube video without making it an hour long. So that's why I'm tempted to roll out this educational series. So it's like I'd rather put out 15 3 to 5 minute videos than one long 40-minute video, because no one's going to watch that. No one wants to watch a 40-minute video on trading. Yep, EMA. So finally got the crossover on the 5-minute chart here. Things are cautiously trending towards bullish, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, I want to look at this range here for the past week. So we've got this huge volume right here on the 5-day chart, which is currently that 415 level. And that's where we finished yesterday in the range. And right now we're currently at 415.50. Is E-Trade frozen? Not for me. Looking forward to the series. I watched a 40-minute video. Well, I appreciate that. I don't think the entire YouTube audience would share your sentiment, but I do appreciate that. So XLF trying to make a bid and climb after that morning garbage. Energy, meh. Trying to do the same, I suppose. So bonds still selling off, which is, I guess, is a good sign. We need this to continue on down, doing this little chop right here. So what's your rule for position sizing a certain percentage of your account? Yes. So I take larger position sizes than a lot of traders, admittedly. I know a lot of high-end traders, they're trading with 1 to 2% of their accounts total. I trade anywhere from 5 to 20%, give or take. It depends on my confidence in the setup. It depends on the current setup on the charts, because all I'm trading is SPY. That's it. I'm putting all my efforts, all my focus on SPY. I'm not trading a bunch of different things. At any given time, I'm sitting 100% cash. So, because I like to have full control of my system. So the 5-minute on the XLF wants to break out. Let's see. SPY slowly increasing. Slowly. I'm loving no stress from holding on. It's pretty great, isn't it? It's pretty great. Doesn't matter what comes out. I get excited. It's like if there's bad news and the market's down big, I'm excited. If it's up big, I'm excited. So It doesn't matter. There's no more Monday morning like fear when I open my chart in the morning and it's against my position. Like if I have puts, if it's way up or the other way around. So it completely takes that out of play. Sure, you're going to give back some gains. You're not going to have as many big gains. Not getting those overnight swings. But yeah, so it's been pretty nice. It's been pretty nice. Do you hedge your cash at all? Do you mean buying and shorting stocks against my options? Is that what you mean? Yeah. Yeah, they've been putting this band-aid on inflation and they call it transitory for months now. And same thing with all government stuff is that, they're going to come out and say it's transitory, inflation's not a problem, blah, blah, blah. And then it's going to happen because it's inevitable. And then they're going to say, oh, it's going to be unintended consequences or unforeseeable circumstances. It's like, no, you're a bunch of crap. Go grocery shopping, go build a house, go do some plumbing, go do some electrical work. Look at anything. Look at the entire market and tell me inflation is not already here. Sure, there's some issues with the shipping. Consumer prices are up because of demand and whatnot. So, but inflation's here. Gas prices, I know, currently have skyrocketed. I know partly because of the pipeline stuff, and he's going to come out and say it's unintended consequences, unforeseeable circumstances. Wash their hands of it while the market is producing 10-inch candles, 10-inch red candles. Yeah, so the bonds are increasing right now. And just like Veteran is saying in the room here, so watch those if they catch a bid. I'm currently 16% down on my calls right now. Very close to closing these positions. We're at the top of this little pop here, and I'm not going to get caught in another downside here. This is already a terrible position. It was a great entry, but a terrible position now because I've held it too long and I didn't enter and didn't exit in the right time. We're still looking somewhat bullish here, a little bit, not much, but the market is not looking strong at all. I don't have much faith, so it is what it is. It's a bad position. It's a bad call, and I'll just chalk up to what it is and exit the position when I see the sign. So. Could you ballpark percentage returns on puts once the market finally falls? I mean, it all depends. It all depends on. It depends on what your expiration and strike is. Like, how aggressive do you want to be? Are you looking far out? Are you gonna, are you talking about you buy 0 DTEs like 38 seconds before it falls? So, getting crushed. All right. All right, I'm closing this position. I'm over it. Terrible play, and I'm going to take my lumps and move on. Big old red candle. And I'm out of that garbage. I feel instantly better. All right, what other questions we got here? No, I don't. I don't, Dave. I don't hedge in that matter, at least. So I do transfer. You know, what I usually do is I don't keep, like, right, especially right now when I'm using this system where I've got mostly sit in cash. I don't sit there with a large amount of cash in my trading account. I transfer it all. I filter all of these profits into my long-term account over the course of time. I maintain a certain balance, and once I hit that certain balance, I transfer those balances over into and invest those into my long-term account or in my real estate. So that's my whole thing. Is I never want a bunch of cash just sitting there balled up, especially now that the system that I'm not necessarily using all of my cash. All right, so now we're looking here. Bonds are starting to increase. Look at the SPY. You see this big old red candle just took out the EMAs and bounced off the 200. I guess my question is, how violent do you think the swing will be in lengthwise? Quick drop, small bleed over the weekends. It all depends. It all depends. It depends on, is there going to be a circuit breaker? Is there going to be a news event? Which probably a news event will probably be the catalyst to start this down. So you'll probably have an initial quick aggressive pop, maybe a little bit of consolidation, and then down further. Maybe 2 or 3 days of down consolidation and down further, kind of like what it was over in March and February. But yeah, when we do have the big move that everyone's talking about, it'll be pretty aggressive. You have to remember that pre-corona, we were what, 320, 322, and here we are sitting at 420. So we're $100 over pre-corona all-time highs, and we're nearly 200% over, or 100% higher than where we were post-corona, because I think we fell to what, 217, and now we're at 415. So we're nearly 100% over, about 90 something percent. Just the normal system. Yep. Yep. What does the gap between ask and offer prices mean? Like the gap between what I'm looking at ZS is 37% gap. Buyers and sellers. The more volume coming in, then you have to think at the bid and the ask is the asking price. It's the market value of that stock. So the more volume it is, the higher volume, the buying and selling volume there is, the closer that price is going to be. That's why SPY is usually within 1 or 2 cents off at the most. All right. Good stuff. You got any questions, throw them at me. Let me hear them. Currently 12 o'clock Central Time. Got 3 hours until the market closes. So the Discord finally hit 4,000 members for the first time last night. That's about a 300 to 400 gain in members in 1 day. So thank y'all for being here. I appreciate y'all joining and supporting the community. It's good stuff. I'm excited to see where this thing goes. And SPY is rolling over hard now. Bonds are increasing. The financial market's rolling over. Just a crappy day. No strength at all. Low volume, no strength. Let me look at this. Discord is breaking through resistance. Yeah, it is. It's awesome stuff. Is there any chance to make some money today? Yeah, there's always a chance. You just got to scalp it. You got to play my entry, but not my exit. You just got to be Johnny on the spot. You got to play the trends, the range. So when it pops, you buy calls and you got to get out. This is not a day to hold stuff. This is definitely not a day to hold stuff. What would have to happen for you to enter puts today? I want to break. What is it? It's currently 12:07. I'll let you know. Here in about an hour. So SPY is selling out hard right now. So be careful. A lot of weakness coming in this market right now. Thanks for your stream today. Hopefully tomorrow will be better. Yeah, sure. No problem. Thanks for being here, Department of Car Stereo Repair. I've had a great few weeks, man. A lot of wins, and unfortunately today was a nice loss. It is what it is. All you can do is move on to the next day. No big deal. All right, I'm going to be looking at a another setup here in the event that we do take some calls. We'll see. I'm going to play something a little closer to those 419s. I'll probably look at May 21st 417s. That's what I'm going to take a look at. I still don't see any setup at the moment. I'm just planning for the future. I'm glad some learned that this is not some easy money scheme. Yeah, this is definitely not an easy money scheme, for sure. All right. All right. So right now I've got queued up my May 21st 417 calls. Currently trading at $1.59 a piece. And we'll look for a setup, you know? We'll look for a setup. Yeah, why? Let's see. What did you say? Why did I have my 5 to 7 day rule? Oh, yeah, you answered the question. Yeah, well, I adjust that to capture volatility. That's all. Nice little lunch draw. Hopefully, what is it? 12 o'clock my time, 1 o'clock. So lunch should be nearing the end. See if we got a little volatility coming here. It's kind of boring. You've got this little pennant thing going on right here, which is higher lows, lower highs. Do you ever think you'll have other people on the stream? Yeah, you know what? I've been thinking about that because there's a lot of people in here, and there's a wealth of knowledge. So I would love to have other people on the stream to talk to me and talk to y'all about the market in general. The same thing on the podcast too. Like I want to have all the experts in this Discord and bring them on to the podcast. It'd be fantastic. Just share each other's knowledge and expertise. So for sure, I would love to do that. Just past 1,800 subscribers on the YouTube channel, which is pretty fantastic. The rate of growth is pretty phenomenal. 4,000 members on 4,000 members. Excuse me, 4,000 members on the Discord and 1,800 on YouTube all on the same day. So, pretty awesome stuff. Yeah, we'll get that rolling, Paul Mac. Once we get the more people out here that would want to be on the YouTube with me, the YouTube chat with me to come on and talk about stuff. Awesome. It'd be great to fill the time and fill the silences in the market, because I'm sure most of y'all don't want to hear me drone on and on. I do appreciate everyone y'all being here and all your subscribers taking your time out of your day to join the YouTube chat. It's fan stuff. Currently sitting 415 now. The day's low is at 414.46, and then 76, and then right here. So a little bit of buying coming in right there. So what's the prior day's range here? There. So watching to see if seeing if this little pop in SPY gets sold off and waiting for a setup here. I'm not really going to touch this until we get maybe some new highs and lows here. Boring stuff. Boring stuff. Oh, cool stuff. Cool stuff. Yeah, Luke, I'm just reading your message. That's awesome stuff. So SPY is catching the bid. Forming this tight little pennant. Notice you use the EMA over the SMA is because the SMA moves closer with the current price action. Yeah, it's a little. It moves a little more aggressively. I like it. I've always used the ADMAs, and I think it's historically something used by a lot of traders as well. Yeah, me too, Luca. I'd love to get Veteran on there. Watch him fry everybody's brains. Burry has 171 million puts. Wow. Well, I don't really pay attention to the pennant. It's not something, you know. It's just lines to me. I just use it for a visual aid to kind of track the prices, highs and lows. But we're getting a lot of buying coming into this. So lunch appears to be over. All the fat cats have waddled over from the pizza joints over in New York, back into their offices, and starting to buy. So definitely catching a bid. Dang, look at this thing. Got to run some errands. Good luck, everyone. Make some money. Thanks, Devin. Thanks for being here, man. Hopefully, have a more positive day tomorrow. All right, big old pop for, let's see, no apparent reason. Let's see, XLF is turn it up. Energy and, I mean, everything's still down. What's Q doing? Q had a big old pop. Just ready to be crouching lion when we break. Yeah, I'm with you, veteran. Save that powder, buddy. Got to protect your powder. And SPY wants to roll, man. Let's go. All right, I'm flipping over to puts right here. I've got the 413 May 21st puts up on this pop to see if we bounce off this range. So it seems to be forming a trend here of coming up and popping down, and I want to capture that if that's available. Quick scalp play if I do enter. Man, this thing's getting bought up. A little volatility coming in here right now. What's the VIX at? VIX is dropping. A little bit of green candle forming at the bottom of the range though there. Yep, 413, May 21st, 413 puts. Frank asks, if you enter a position on a trend day, the first hour it feels like there's not enough confirmation. An hour later, if there's a trend, it feels like chasing. Welcome to trading. That's why you have to form ranges. You have to form ranges, which I'm learning more and more to incorporate those in there because it's very important. That's how you identify a trend day versus a range day. Because if you form your ranges and you see this bouncing around, then here, let's look at two. These are two classic range days, this one and this one. Let's look at the difference between the ranges here, and let's go back to this. All right, so let's delete these. This was what, Friday? I think it was when everything just climbed up and up and up and grind higher. So I would have formed it, let's see, right about here. So, all right, so let's come down here and there. And there's where we formed our ranges the other day. So you see the pre-market form new highs. You come up here, you wait for the first hour, which, let's go to the vertical line there. So this is your morning trading session. You form the highs and the lows. You see it come up here. And then when it pops those lows is when you take a position, because once you pop that range, you got high highs in pre-market and then higher highs in the trading session, the morning trading session, and it goes on here. That's a good way to identify a trend. Whereas opposed to a chop day, like this crap, you form your lines based on here and here, and you just watch it bounce back and forth. And if it doesn't pop through, you don't take a position. Yeah, so here it kind of looks like it, let's come down here to the 3 minute. I'm going to delete that crap. Hope that answers your question about the trend in the ranges. Very helpful. Thanks a lot. Yeah, no problem, Frank. No problem. So these puts are currently sitting at $1.60 a piece. May 21st, 413s. SPY, what you want to do, baby? What you want to do? Huge volume. Look at that. So much volume right in this chop range. That's massive volume supporting this thing. And it's tanking. Look at that. Ooh. XLF is coming down. Where's volatility at? Volatility increasing sharply. All right, so XLF looks like it wants to dump. Man, I think we're about to dump. It has that dumpy feeling. But you know how I feel about trading on feelings. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we tested 4L5 here, that 4L5 level. Today's one of those wrench throwing days, yeah. The 5 Ds of trading: duck, dive, dip, dive, and dodge. OM has feelings. Y'all crack me up. Y'all crack me up. All right, you know what? Man, give me a little something. Give me a little something. XLF has gotten some green candles in the 3-minute here. I think we might see a little green side to the SPY. There's that green candle. So SPY is following through with XLF. Immediately sold off, though. The green candle's immediately sold off, but bonds are slowly trending up. Nothing crazy. Here's the VIX. Up and down and all around. Yeah, so a little bit of dip there in XL and SPY. That little green pop and then immediately sold off and down. Another green candle. This thing's up and down. Yeah, I'm going to post a sentiment play in the SPY daily sentiment room. Let's see, SPY. All right, sentiment play is up in the SPY sentiment room. Man, this thing is just getting tighter and tighter on the chop. Look at that. That's just ridiculous. Dang, look at that candle. Holy smokes. Crazy stuff. All right, let's see. These 5-minute candles have a lot more lower wicks than they have upper wicks. Maybe I'm just reading things I shouldn't be reading into. I mean, yeah, candle reading is definitely part of it. If we weren't following the triangle, we would be doing calls here. But I'm not following the triangle. It's purely visual representation of just lower highs, higher lows. And you can't even flip back and forth between calls and puts fast enough. It's crazy. Yeah, don't trade on patterns. Pattern trading it's a fallacy. It only it works when you want it to, and the other times it doesn't work. You could ask 10 different traders and get 10 different patterns. So no bueno. So SPY is coming down to 415.15 range. And we're about to pop through 415. A self-fulfilling prophecy, I guess. Yep, yeah, you're exactly right. You know, your all your biases are formed in the patterns. So, crickets. The weather here is cloudy and mid 70s, so pretty nice here. Even though it is a little cloudy, it's still nice though. Is the president speaking today? Not a cow. Sorry, I'm just reading. I'm not being quiet. I'm just reading. The green candle keeps trying to come in to get it to bounce, but it just keeps getting sold right off. Sold right off. Whoa, look at that red candle just took out that previous low. So, yeah, we just pop in the 415 range, it appears. What keeps you from entering puts? This chop. This chop. So in about 20 minutes, J Powell talks. XLF looks like it wants to upturn, but it's just staying flat all down here for a couple of hours now. Green candle got immediately sold off on the SPY 3-minute chart. And he gets smacked again by a giant red candle. 414.98. Dang. Yep, haven't opened a position. Someone just asked me if I opened a position. I did not. No position yet. It's tempting to play a bounce call here, just to play the bounce, but, you know, just still waiting for confirmation on that. And XLF dropped off too. Still the chop fest. Yeah, you didn't miss much. Good day to sit out too if you're a beginner. This is hard stuff to time. It's tempting when you're sitting there looking at this to jump in trades and play these, but look at that. Look at that. Another sell-off. Down, down, down. Just got a great cross in the squeeze Momo on the 3. All right, let's take a look at what the volume levels are. Currently out of the bottom of the volume, next support doesn't really come until 414 on that chart. I'm sorry, 413. And on the 1-month chart here, we've got this big support right at this 414 level, which is what we were trending yesterday morning. Yep, you and me both. Yeah. Yep, it did look dumpy, and I didn't take the puts, so. Well, I don't really want to say just yet. It depends on this, you know, because we're nearing very close to the pre-market lows. If we pop that, that's going to be something. And we're about 10 cents off pre-market lows. Wait, no, I'm an idiot. I'm looking at the wrong thing here. I was looking at that. Yeah, so the session lows, not pre-market lows, the session lows. So 414.47, we're currently at 414.82. 40 cents off that, and then 76 cents off of the morning session low right there. Man, that thing just nosedived. 414.76 currently, and down we go. Man, look at that hard bounce right off of that. I'm with you, veteran. Just plotted those lines. Beautiful. All right, so on the 3 minutes, sorry, I'm just clicking around and just looking at a bunch of stuff. So right here, got this huge volume right there, this 415 area. Booyah, booyah. Big old red candle on the volume there. Taking this thing down. Selling off that green candle that popped off the range. So we need some music for the quiet time. Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree. Yeah, the music I would play, I have a library now of unlicensed music, so I can play it. Nicely done, Rambutan. Starting to get some green action here coming in on the spy. We'll see though. Starting to look like calls here. Starting to look like calls. Got a little green action coming in. We'll see where this thing takes us. Where does it want to take us? We need to start playing some Creed. Is that what I need to do? Got to lose a little background music for y'all so it's not quite as boring. So there you go. Yeah, I can't play Creed. I'll get my channel taken down if I play Creed. Some of that Nashville twang. That's right, baby. That's right. Yeah, I turned the volume down. I saw it. And all that green just got smoked off. Dang. Does it want to take out the prior ranges? Let's find out. Are we ready to pick a direction? I don't think it wants to yet. I don't think it wants to. Inside range day, man. Currently at the bottom of this channel, and we're testing the low of the afternoon range. Wow. Look at that waylay. We're currently at 414.58. Crazy stuff. Don't feel bad for being confused. I see a lot of people posting that they're confused. I don't know what's going on, but you know what? Chop is chop, man. You got to be careful playing chop. This is hard for experienced people, much less for noobs or beginners. So you don't feel bad. Don't play this stuff. Why force a play in here trying to time it right when you got this crap? So Don't sweat it, man. Don't sweat it. Exactly. Good night. You definitely need to journal. And we currently broke the day's lows. And down we go. Huge sell off on everything, man. Pounding it. All right, so below here we got 411. That's the next support down below. Wow. Popped right through that range. Wow. Yep, Robin, absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, we have this huge range taking out the bottom. The huge price action takes out the bottom of the range, and then of course wipes out the day's lows. We form now new lows. Just crazy, crazy price action, man. Crazy price action. I'm feeling calls. That's funny. Well, yeah. So what happens now is that this is just it's a rough day to play. Honestly, I don't really want to play it, especially after taking a loss like I did today on a position that I should have won because I should have taken the entry. It's like it's whatever. There's always live to. I'd rather live to see another day. No feelings, OM. That's right. We don't play feelings here. Yeah. You're talking about that point of control line, that 414 12 20. That's funny, Luca. XLF is red. Yeah, it is. Tanking. Here we go. There's your 414.20. Booyah. This thing has dropped 414.17 and crashing. Absolutely crashing. Badoo. Man, that's rough. Dang. That's crazy. So this thing broke well below support. Holy smokes, 413.80. Well, that's a change of pace. Look at that. So this thing is now currently 413.65, and now we need to start readjusting our reevaluating our support and resistance where we're coming at. So next one down is the 411 area, currently at 413.86. We do have this range here that can support it here, but there's nothing. If it breaks below there, we go all the way down to 411. Good stuff. Looks like everyone's making a lot of good plays in there, man. Making some money. That's what I like to see. Great job on some put plays. People are making some great put plays. I like it. I like it. 413.60 and falling. All right, currently sitting at 413.67. If we break below here, you got to watch out below because the next big support is at 411. Is that 411 level? Google, Amazon, red. Things are definitely changing. Let me take a look. Sorry, yeah, I'm trying to click around and do a bunch of different stuff. So, all right, let's take a look. Falling so fast I couldn't even catch a position. Yeah, tell me about it. Throwing wrenches. I know that you're glad you didn't pull the trigger on that call feeling. Yep, I'm definitely glad. That's why I don't make plays on feelings. Ba ba ba. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Yeah, it didn't even leave this time, too. That's pretty awesome. L'Oreal Halloween Screams has 41.36 puts at $2.30. Let's see what happens. No, it's just FOMO buying. Someone asked, Jose asked, why you're not getting in? I'm eyeing some positions, but could have made a couple of profits on feelings, but would rather stay disciplined. Yep. Most of the time, though, if you're playing on, I mean, not I would say most, but you are. If you play on off feelings, you're not going to be able to build a reputable system that's repeatable. That's the problem. That's the whole goal here, is a repeatable system, repeatable, profitable system. I'm going to go out to the 3-month chart here. Coming back down to the 413 level right now. Okay, 413.31. Do you think you trade more timid or aggressive? Much more timid with people watching. Much more timid. I still try to always trade my system, but yeah, for sure, much more timid when you've got this many people. Yeah. But my overall goal is to trade my system exactly how it is, no matter what. Do you think it's possible to start your process with $1,000? Absolutely, it is. Absolutely, it is. You won't be able to do day trading unless, well, you could do cash account on Robinhood, from what I've been told. Never open up a Robinhood account, but yeah, you could do $1,000 on there. Just the small profile portfolio people, they always try to think that, well, I have a smart portfolio, I can just YOLO my entire account. So just don't get in the habit of doing 100% position sizes. So don't worry about what other people has in their account. Worry about what you have in your account and protect it at all costs. All right, currently down 413.22. Booyah. Yep, 411s, 411. If this breaks this level here, the next volume support is at 411-ish. Flight school. Does that mean you're actually in flight school? We got some stuff to talk about if you are. What's the best trading platform? I currently use eTrade Pro. That's what I like. That's what I trade. I haven't traded anything else. I dabbled in Webull for a couple of weeks as I traded some crypto, but that is it. I currently have a zero balance in, well, that's not true. I was given one share of Ford when I opened up my Webull account. So I have one share of Ford in my Webull account right now. That's it. That's all that's in there. But other than that, I use eTrade Pro. I love it. I love it. So now I just need Ford to skyrocket to about, I don't know, $1.2 million a share. That'd be sweet. Is that possible? Yeah, come on. I don't want people taking 30% losses in here, man. That's too big. Especially when you're fighting the trend like this. There are times when I hold on to a losing position. There's times I cut it loose. And once I reach a certain point, I cut that baby loose. And y'all should, if you see me doing that, I'm doing it for a reason. Because all hope, abandon all hope ye enter here or some crap like that. So once I reach that point, I'm out. I'm out. Yeah, you only like when you're sitting 100% cash, or when you're using this system. My whole system is that. Do you hear me freaking out? Like that, it doesn't matter if you're sitting cash, holding. If you're not holding anything overnight, why freak out when the market's tanking? Like who cares? Like everyone freaks out. Oh, this is it. This is going down. When is it going to bounce? Blah blah blah. Well, play puts, play calls. It doesn't matter. Don't let yourself get all wrapped up just because you see a bunch of red in the market. February and March were green months. Sorry, red months. They were red, and everyone was like hair on fire. This thing's going down, and I don't care. Played puts. Did very well. I did very well. There was like 2 people. I think 2 of y'all in this Discord followed me on Twitter in those times, and they made a lot of money. The original OGs, the OGs of the OGs, the OM OGs. I think there's 2 of them in here. So, no necessary. You just don't be getting emotional just because you see a bunch of red on the screen and the days are selling off. So. You're welcome, Ricky. Calls for Friday. Who knows? Who knows? So are you using TradingView for the charts and E-Trade Pro to execute the trade? Yes, that's exactly right. So what you see here is my E-Trade Pro account. E-Trade Pro account. By the way, if y'all want to sign up for TradingView, I am now an affiliate, a TradingView affiliate. So go to the Discord. You've got the link in the Discord. I'll also post it here in the room if you want to. If you want me to there. So you go over to the affiliate room. You can click on that link and then use that link to sign up for your TradingView account. What I actually found out is that the original advertisement said you were supposed to get up to $30 when you sign up. However, you get credits towards your account from what I see in the form of TradingView tokens. So if you do sign up, look for that kind of media or that literature coming to you via an email and into your account. But yeah, so use that link and we both benefit from that. So I appreciate that if y'all do want to sign up for TradingView. Red can still make a screen. That's right, baby. That's right. You're welcome, Flight School. You got a Ford? No, I do not have a Ford. I drive a Toyota Tundra. One of the best trucks I ever bought. I love it. I love it. Oh, just dropped my cup. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. %. Well done, Bleedies. Well done. Well done. Am I the Options Millionaire profile in TradingView? I believe so. Yeah, let's take a look. Actually, haven't pushed the actual profile. Let's see here. Yep, I'm the Options Millionaire profile right there. So I guess you can add me on TradingView as well. I just figured that one out. Yeah, so Options Millionaire, that's my name in TradingView. If you do have a TradingView account, you can want to search me. There you go. I bought some puts on my own because the indicators made me fuzzy, then came here to see what's going on. Then I sold them because I got stressed out. Made 8%. Great job, Chris. Nicely done. Hope a lot of people made some money in here. Yeah, because was asking because you said you last logged out 7 days ago. That's probably correct. I don't think I've logged out of this computer on this for long because I'm pretty much when I'm not sleeping, I'm on this computer doing studying and figuring out how to trade on this platform in a public form a lot better. So charting, studying, all that stuff. Couple of green candles coming in. All right, sorry I'm coming in late. Can you give us an overview of the trade you're currently in or what you're on? I'm currently not in trade. I took a call this morning on the morning sell-off bounce, and I was up 8.5% on that thing. I elected to keep it because I'm an idiot and got smoked on that. I think I sold that for a 20%, 19 or 20% loss, somewhere around there. So, yeah, I'm currently not holding anything. I just kind of been watching this, sitting back and watching this crap happen, unfold. I haven't taken a position, so I'll probably wait on until tomorrow, reset my bearings, recage, and go on and conquer. Usually I have good success when of rebounding. So when I usually have a losing trade, I usually just chill out and reevaluate, and it comes out pretty well. I go on for another 2 weeks of having some wins, and I take another loss, and then do the same thing. Dark red Momo on the 5. All right, let's go over to the 5-minute chart. Let's see here. Some buying coming in here. A little bit of buying. So the daily sentiment is now saying, y'all need to go over there and take a look at the, here, you know what? I'll ping everybody in there because I didn't ping anybody last time. There you go. So right now, 21 of you say, or 22 of you say chop, 4 say under 414. Oh, I guess 15 because y'all want to use your own emojis. I gotta add them up now. There's multiple emojis. All right, you had a hard time conceptualizing how this works when you're short forming your OM only text channel. What does it mean in? In means I'm entering a play. It's just a short way of saying I'm in the position. That means I bought it. May 19th, 415 calls, which means there's May 19th expiration, 415 strike price calls. Entry is $2.18. And then when I exit out, which means I exited the position at $2.22. I hope that helps you. Sour hour or power hour? What was the sentiment here? It seems most people think this is going to chop sideways and it is going to continue to dip. So what I said is below 414, which we currently are now. And 19 people said that. And then 24 people said sideways chop. That's in around that 415 range. So right now the Tank City people are winning because we sure did tank. Is it better to start with more capital, or would I be better off spend a few weeks learning? What I usually recommend, and also obviously capital dependent, is that if you don't know really much about options trading, do a little paper trading, and in conjunction with your paper trading, do micro trades, one single contract, just so you can see how things are manipulated and how things change, how the price action changes. At least that's what I did when I first started learning options. As I was learning, I didn't do paper trading because I've never done paper trading. But I just learned about options, and then I would pick something that I thought was right based on what I've learned, and I bought one single contract. One. Just so I could see how the price has changed, how it was manipulated, all that kind of stuff. And I went from there. And then after I got comfortable with that, I would do 2 and then 3 and then ramp up to a certain capital that I was comfortable with a couple of years ago. Chris asked, what made me not take a position about 35 minutes ago when the squeeze indicator got the white cross? I just don't trust this movement. I didn't trust it. I didn't get, I guess that partially contributed by the loss I took today. I just, I didn't trust it. It's as simple as that. OM, can you start adding your confidence to your play? Yeah, sure, I can try to do that. Yeah, I knew what he said though. Do you stream most days better than having Netflix up at work? Yes, I do stream every day. The mornings usually, and I hop off and possibly jump back on for the afternoon session. Today's did it all day. I just like being here with y'all, and I'm taking care of a lot of stuff while I'm doing all this and streaming and talking to y'all. So just kind of stay busy. This this new OM brand has got me pretty busy. I'm not gonna lie. It's got me doing a lot of stuff. So got a lot going on. Had to, as you all know, or if you don't know, I've got merchandise coming out. I got the designer sending me over some prints for a hoodie and a shirt, and then I've currently got ordered coffee cups and stickers, and vinyl stickers. So they'll be coming out to you. And remember, if you are on the Patreon, you get first pick of the merchandise, and then if you're tier 2 Patreon, you get 10% off on merchandise. Keeps me busy though. I like doing it. I love this stuff. I love learning. I love teaching y'all how to do all this stuff. Thanks, Remy. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that you're being here and joining the YouTube. It's been humbling. The influx of people have been very humbling. Preferred trading platform? I trade with I trade on my I execute on my trades on TradingView. I'm sorry, eTrade Pro, and then what you're seeing here, what I do all my charting on is the TradingView. So it's just awesome product, easy to use, easy to chart, easy to set up. But Apple, I was reading the sentence. Yeah, so the eTrade Pro, I've always been a fan of eTrade, and then once I started working on their eTrade Pro a couple of years ago, it's been awesome. It makes getting in and out of trades quickly very, very easy and very effective, very efficient. So I love it. I love it. Thanks for being here, Dr. Bird. Appreciate it. I'm glad you were here. You mentioned the referral code. There you go. Thanks, Colin. You should be my my media manager. Yeah. So Remy or anybody else for that matter, I am now currently in the TradingView affiliate program as of yesterday. So if you are looking to get into TradingView, use the code in the Discord or on my YouTube channel. Click on that link and then sign up through there, and we both get some benefits there that go towards your plan. And there is that link if anybody would like to use it. That's fine. Yeah, if you're already in TradingView, it doesn't work. That code doesn't work, unfortunately. So, appreciate the effort, though. Thank you for clicking on it. Thank you. Oh, no one. Incoming bull trap, Laughlin. Nicely done. Nicely done. All right, see what we got here. If they announce a pullback on the, if they, we're talking about, I assume you're talking about the liquidation of the assets. Yeah, if they mention that, it's game over. Game over. Let's see the XLF here. Thoughts on accounts under 25 that can day trade? From what I'm told, that you can do cash accounts on Robinhood and trade options. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I was told that. And it doesn't have a PDT, I believe. Oh, I'll say. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry, I've never been on Robinhood, so I was talking my butt there. So, new, negative. We don't do overnight YOLOs here. That's like two bad words, overnight and YOLO, in the same sentence. No bueno. That's why I never open a Robinhood. It's a bunch of nonsense. Like, it's like, what are they doing over there? What are they doing? All right, so let me dig in here. So this is the 5-minute chart here that we're looking at. Here's a 3-minute chart. So we're currently uptrending here. We've got the 8 and 21 converging right here. Man, this it looks juicy for a sell-off. It looks juicy to come back down. I cannot find the function script you're using. Yes, absolutely. Well, you can talk about it now, and I'll stop you if I need to. I'll stop if I need to do something here. Just throw them at me. What's your question you got? Okay, volume profile. So volume profile is this right here. And yeah, I'll turn it off and on so you see. This is the volume profile right there. And what it is, if you go to the indicators and you type in VP, come down here to KV4 coins. And this is the one I use right there. Click on that and set it up right there and it'll show you. Now it's time frame dependent. Time frame dependent. So you zoom out and it changes slightly based on the time frame. So which one next? There you go. Hank Hill answered. YS MYR asked, what are my goals with the channel? Man, it's my goal changes every day, man. It grows every day. And my goal gets bigger every day. So I started this on March 26th is when I opened the Reddit. When I created the Options Millionaire Reddit on March 26th. Is out of frustration with Wall Street bets. And now here we are. A month and a half later, here we are. So it grows every day, a couple of hundred followers every day, and you never know. My goal is to reach as many people as possible so I can help as many people as possible. That's what I want to do. Whatever I'm blessed with is whatever I'll play with, and I'll help y'all as much as I can. Yep. A lot of people want an honest, helpful place to collaborate. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what they want. That's why, as long as you're genuine and you offer a genuine product, people are going to come and they're going to see it. And on top of that is that people want a repeatable, simple system. That's what people want, to start out in the simple. And that's where they want to plant their flag, because who wants to sit there and... I was even having a conversation with a coworker yesterday, and they said, what do you actually look for? Because I don't know what to buy. I'm sitting there looking at the stock market, and there's 1,000 different stocks to buy, And you go on the Reddit forums, and there's 1,000 different stocks. You don't know if you're going to do growth or value, CCIV, Tesla, Amazon, Apple, Boeing, oil. What do you buy? And then you have to learn about indicators, and you have to dig in, and you have to look at where the setups are. It's like, who has time to do that? Most people work throughout the day, so they can't sit there in front of a screen and do this. Or, they don't have time to learn that kind of stuff. And who wants to sit in front of a computer all day anyway? I know I did, and I did it for 8 years, and I hated it. I hated sitting in front of a computer, and I was done with it. I was ready to switch to real estate, and here we are. Now I found this system. Simple, easy. All you got to do is focus on SPY. You learn a little bit about trading, about market awareness, and here we are, trading SPY. So... If you are new to thanks, Heck. If you are new to the channel, please check out the Discord if you're not already in there. And I can post a link to that if you need it. Here, I'll go and do it right here. There's a link to the Discord. For the long-term investment, I tell people to buy the product that they use. There you go. So I see people talking a lot about volatility, and Veteran just made an awesome point, is that with volatility picking up, the options are expensive to buy. It's a fantastic point. And if you're wondering why, holding overnight is bad, and why you want to be really cognizant of the Greeks is because of statements like that. Because if the volatility is high, the premiums are going to be priced high. So when you go in to buy an option, they're going to be inherently high off the bat because volatility is high, and the implied volatility is high. So that's when you start to bring in Vega. And the Vega Greek is how much that option is, the value that the options premium will change given a 1% change in implied volatility. So when you have something called an IV crush, which is where your IV tanks, your volatility tanks, then that premium is going to decay by the amount of the Vega. So when you have something that's already inherently high because of volatility is high, IV is high, and that you experience a decrease in volatility or IV crush, your premium, if everything else remains the same, tanks. And just right off the bat, you're losing money on that premium without even having done everything wrong, just because IV tanks. Now, if IV tanks at a greater rate than that stock price increases, you're going to lose money even if that stock price goes up and you buy calls. Even if you're correct in the assumption that you're buying calls because the price goes up, you're still going to lose money. That's why it's so important to pay attention to the Greeks. It's so important to pay attention to Vega and Theta and Delta and Gamma, because these things are going to tell you when and when not to buy, and the right time to buy, and the right position to buy. Now, does Vega usually come into play when I'm trading options within a couple of seconds or minutes, or if I hold something for 20 minutes? Not necessarily. Today, it came into play because I held it for 3 hours, 4 hours. I bought it in the morning and sold it in the afternoon and took a 20% loss. So it's very important to understand the Greeks. Anyway, a little bit of tidbit there. IV crush is why people's GME puts during the squeeze were not profitable. Absolutely. That's my prime example. It's like you've already seen the video I'm about to release. That was my prime example. So IV, see right now, if you look at IV on SPY, currently right now it's anywhere where I usually trade. The levels I usually trade are anywhere from 14 to 15 to 16%. That's considerably low. It's one of the many reasons why I trade SPY, because you don't necessarily have to deal with high implied volatility. Now, market standard is pretty much anything over 100 is a no-no, because it's incredibly risky. Anything over 100 is incredibly risky. And back in the heyday when GameStop was spiking to 400, 500, implied volatility was insane. It was outrageous. It was like 460, 500%. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. So the premiums were incredibly overpriced, incredibly overpriced. So when you get that crazy IV crush, because usually like one of the examples of an IV crush is when you go from an unknown event into a known event, which means volatility goes from very high to low. You get that decrease, that sudden decrease in volatility. Vega destroys your premium because if for every 1% move in implied volatility, you get that that Vega change in your premium. Crushes your position. That's why people were buying puts on GameStop. GameStop started to go down, and they were still losing money. And it's like, why is this happening? Well, because you had IV crush, crushed your position. And people don't pay enough attention to that because they don't necessarily understand it, and I don't blame them. Because you can go and read definitions on Google, and it's still, you need to see examples of it. You need to see examples of it. Yeah, absolutely, Nate. Yeah, that's the flip side of it. That's the flip side of it. Good lesson. I love talking about this stuff, man. I love teaching. Passionate about it. Yeah, absolutely, Eric. Absolutely. And that's the game I'm starting to get into. Colin, yep, absolutely. Hence the paper trade. Paper trade, and you throw in some micro positions, a couple of low dollar contracts, so you don't care if you lose the money, so you can kind of learn. Absolutely. Bob Lablaw, baby. Lablaw. He says, I've been here since my OM's first Reddit post took off. Thank you for supporting and thanks for being here. Fantastic stuff. Do I count as an OOG if I didn't follow you prior to Reddit, but I went back and read all your tweets? Man, there's only 2 people that I can think of right now that have the OOG status. Yep. And that's Trading Fi, who hangs out in the OG pool, and then more. So those dudes followed my plays on Twitter for a while before I actually made that play or made that post in Reddit. That as well, Dave. Yep. There's a whole thesis behind, just worrying about Vega and option and implied volatility. Thank you for the explanation. I bought a couple of puts on GMA at the beginning of the year and lost hundreds. Womp womp. Yep. I feel you, man. I feel you. You're welcome. I've tried, and like I said, this whole Greek video. In fact, I'll have that exact conversation on the video that I'm posting. But I've had this conversation when I try to teach people options in my personal life that are not online, like people that I know personally, and I try to teach them about options because they want to know about them, and I teach them, and then all right, I clip the umbilical cord, and they go off and they make their own trades and stuff, and they come back to me and they explain that exact situation. Hey, I bought this call, the price is going up, and I still lost money. Like, why is this? It doesn't even make sense. Did I do something wrong? I was like, well, you were right in buying a call. It's just you weren't quick, or you weren't. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying to think of the word. You didn't have the correct entry. You weren't looking at the Greeks. You weren't learning the Greeks, and you got beat by Vega and applied volatility. So, how did I learn? Watching as many reputable YouTube videos as I could, and reading, asking people questions that I trusted, all that stuff. And then when I first started learning, I traded stocks for a couple of years exclusively. It was only just trading stocks. And then I was like, I keep hearing about this options thing. What is this options thing? And I dove in. Do I have a cutoff time for when I won't enter a trade because it's too close to the bell? Not really. Not really. Nothing. It's just really at when I'm done trading, I'm done trading. Like I just like right now I'm pretty much done trading. I'm not even looking at this. So any clue what lesson to take from here? You're crazy, Luca. You're crazy. Yep. I have no qualms sitting out for the rest of the day on this one. So on days like this, it's cool. I live on to fight another day. Another day. Do I teach my kids about this stuff? How do you think it's going to teach that too young to teach? I don't think it is too young to teach. I mean, obviously, like they're like 4 years old, they don't want to hear about investing, but it's never too young to start talking about general finance. I've taught my 10-year-old son. I had him back in the summertime. Back in the summertime, he had $100 from a birthday, and he's like, "Hey, Dad, can I give you this to invest?" So we invested it some, and then Of course, we have a jar where we put money in, and growth like that. So we invested his money, and I showed him the returns and stuff like that, and let him do what he wanted to do. So it's never too young, because that shows him once you plant that seed early in your kid's mind, it'll be with them forever. And you change your mind from a worker bee mentality to an entrepreneur mentality, to an investor mentality. Do you want to teach your kid that they have to work 8 hours a day for 40 years in order to get by? Or do you want to teach them where you can have passive income, portfolio income, where you have those things that work for you? So it's never too young. Never too young. Thanks for being here, Muffy. I appreciate it. I think you're in a good place. There's a lot of good people, a lot of smart people in here. So if you can learn something from me or somebody else, it's awesome stuff. They know took 50% to teach about capital gains tax. That's funny. That's funny. How do you convince your friends similar age to start investing? I feel like my friends are missing out. Oh, man. That's a great question, because I've tried to help my friends. I've tried, and they're going to do what they want to do. One, no one wants to talk to their friends about investing. No one wants to talk to other people that know about money and investing, because it's like, I don't want to do that. And then you talk to people, and it's like, oh, that's too much risk. All right. You're talking to me about risk, and you make $40,000 a year, and you've got a $50,000 car loan, and you want to talk to me about risk. So it's only risk because they don't understand it, and people are afraid of stuff they don't understand. So all you have to do is understand it. And then I talk to other people, say, hey man, give me some money and I'll help you. Or not give me, like, not pay me, but it's like, let me take your money and invest it for you, or at least show you how to invest your money, and I can make you some money. I can teach you how to do this. It's like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I've got my fantasy sports league I got to go through. It's like, okay, don't even get me started on fantasy sports. Grown men sit around at a table and waste hours upon hours doing fantasy sports, but they won't take a few hours a week to learn how to trade. They won't take a few hours a week to learn how to invest. It drives me absolutely crazy. It drives me crazy. In my experience, you just can't convince people to invest. Yep, I completely understand. Just people don't want to do this. They think it's risky. They think it's way too risky, and I mean it is. You don't know what you're doing, and if you come in here just blasting money, yeah, for sure, it's risky. On a real note, thanks for the work, OM. As someone who's been in recovery for 5 years, not all the people from my past have hope. I want to be proof they can win great lives. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate the kind words, and you know, it's I do this because I love it. I've always loved trading, and I've stand by one. Holy smokes. Sorry. All right. I was able to jump in and out of position there. That's ridiculous, but I didn't post that. Obviously, I'm not going to post that. That's way too delayed. But that happened, and I jumped in. Holy smokes. Wow. Sorry, don't mean to go quiet on you. Whew. Wow. Wow. Huge red candles. Holy smokes. I'm out of that position. Wow. Wow. Holy crap. That's crazy. Look at them red candles, man. Just complete sell off. Wow. 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 Now that you're in and out, what made you do it? I saw this huge engulfing candle, and I knew with this bottom side coming down in here, I saw that huge engulfing candle, and I hit the buy button. I had my puts already rolled up, and the second I saw that, I just hit go. And wow, that was like a 45-second trade. Holy smokes. Wow, that made up for that. That made up for today. Smaller position size than this morning, but man, that was worth it. Still going down. Wow. That's my biggest problem. My biggest problem is I always sell too soon. Man, I always sell too soon. Holy smokes. All right. You did not sell too soon this AM. Don't feel bad. You're definitely right. You're definitely right. Well, good. That just made up for the day. That was 150 I was filled, and then I got out at, I'm sorry, 158. Yeah, filled at 158 and got a 189. So, awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. You're always going to sell too soon or too late. Sounds like on the right side of the coin. Yeah, it's definitely a good problem to have. My biggest problem is always doing that, man. It's always doing that. I'm glad I didn't post that one anyway because I don't want people chasing that crap. That's just too quick. So I mean, it happened so fast. I don't want to be posting that stuff. So awesome, awesome stuff. Well done. Better to sell soon and guarantee profit. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Well, at least you didn't buy calls 20 minutes ago like I did. Yeah. All right, good stuff. So we're about 4 minutes till market closes here. This thing is still shaky as crap. My problem has been holding out too long on market flips on me. Yeah, I mean, I feel you. I feel you. And that's something you just got to, the more you do this, the longer you do this. And what puts did I purchase? I got the May 21st 411s. May 21st 411s. So yeah, I expected a bigger move down earlier. So that I know that 411 support under the 14. If that thing broke, is it go down? So I had those queued up, and I knew if we had a big move, we'd do it. And man, look at that, the thing just rolled, and I got in there. Luckily, made up for today. I'll be buying under 411. You can always set your stop limit at the point you are thinking about selling. So if you want to sell $2 instead, set your stop at one. Yeah, for sure, for sure. All right, man, this thing is still going down. Where are these at now? Where are these at now? God, 237. Holy smokes. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, man. Yeah, he was. And there's 3 o'clock. There's a closing bell. After that wallop of a day at the end, holy smokes. Yeah, Bob says, I could hear OM furiously typing away as the candle was dropping. I had a feeling he was making a quick trade. Yep. That stuff like that, I don't want to call out anyway, so I'm happy I didn't live call that. That stuff is too volatile for me to be posting in that play because y'all are going to scramble, try to get in that play, and it's going to be havoc. So, yeah, awesome stuff. If you made some money today, awesome stuff. Great learning experience right there. That's some volatility. Post it in the testimonials room if you learned anything based on this trade. And of course, post anything you want in the trading room. Awesome stuff. I think that's the first time that I have live streamed a closing in quite a while. So cool stuff, man. It was good to be here. So if you have any questions, concerns, post them in the Discord. Shoot me a DM if you have any questions. New metric. That's awesome. Sam Pulley says, new metric. OM starts saying wow more than 3 times. Yep. Sorry. Wow. My bad. Yeah, that was exciting. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks, Sam. Thanks, The Dark Child. Thanks, Sigma. Everyone I missed. Awesome stuff. Mark, Jake, Colin. Thanks for streaming all day. Yeah, happy to be here. My fitness doesn't like it, but hey, I'm glad y'all do. So, Owen Wilson metric. There you go. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the Patreon if you want to support the community, or if you want, throw some stuff in the YouTube super chat if you want to support it the other way. Otherwise, go over and join the Discord. Join the community. Post any questions you got. Shoot me a DM, or you can shoot me an email at optionsmillionaire2020@gmail.com. So thanks for being here. I appreciate it. It's been a really fun day. Let's get back on it tomorrow. Let's erase that win from earlier today and get back on it